Styrofoam cup, I just woke up. Text on my phone from her when she's so dumb. I just don't love her, that's why we broke up. It's been a whole summer, now please don't show up to my new place, make me turn off the lights. This isn't a game, bitch, it's not alright. Make me get restraining order for her. I don't care, it's really no surprise. Now she tryna say she changed.
Hey.
She can stop those lies.
Stop those lies.
This isn't a flame, this is lots of ice. Every time she call me, I just block her line. Cause every time she saw me, she just lost her mind. Teardrops in her eyes,
She won't say goodbye.
used to call you mine.
Hello. Teardrops in her eyes. She won't say goodbye. How you feeling? I'm doing well. Yeah. Yeah. What's going on? Let's see. Rudo's hair. And, back when I got it was 800. Oh, it was valued at 800. When I got it was for 50 bucks. The reason why is because I got it off a friend, and he thought it was broken, but I ended up fixing it. So I got lucky on that one. Yep. 50 bucks. You can get you can buy it on the website or you can buy it on the thing, but it's gonna be probably like $300 though. To be honest with you, I would be like 300. The one I first got, on the first one I got was 50 bucks. Yeah, that'd be good. So what you need to do is get it at the website or on Best Buy or whatever. They may have it at Best Buy, I would assume. Hello? Hello. Wait, I'm drawing this weirdly. Hold on. Let's see here. Yeah. Hold on. I want to make sure this is good. One here, here, and then looking at that. Thank you. And then its eyes will be like, curve it. It looks perfect. How about that one? Okay, that. Okay. Yeah, there you go. I will have to put this here. Like that. Curve this here. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna curve this even more inside like this. Curve this like this. E. Thank you. It's nice and precise. Put this up here. Get this off. Cool. I'd like to do another pass on this just for it to look better. It's coming out pretty good. Go. Cool. Don't need this line here anymore. This up. I am doing a animatic. Trying to get this done. I wanted to do about 5 animatics, so I'm hoping I can get them out of the way. Nice. I'm not posting anything till I get those animatics out of the way. They tend to take a lot of time, but I think I can do it. If I move fast enough and not get distracted. Let's see here. E. F. There you go. Like that.
My chest is hurting, my feet can't fall out of bed. I don't know where to go, so I'll lay here instead with my symptoms
Shoulder there. Put the shoulder up here, because he wears a long sleeve. I didn't know how long sleeve it was. Did not know this. Everything takes time. Oh, that's very much true. Okay, let's see. The shoulder should be a little bit more. Should be seen. Oh, you thought it was. Oh, you actually thought it was just for repo? Who's golden? It's Rudo. Oh, you're referring to Goten, okay. Oh, this is Rudo. I think his legs are a little bit more here.
Instead with my symptoms of sorrow and dread, they are said it would fade, but again and again, I love.
You actually thought it was a meme song only, Mikey? Okay, like that. Oh. I don't know if it's like that. And now his gloves are like here. What do you think, Kyle? He was just re-singing the song. Just got viral because how it just came across. Thank you, Kyla. Sounded good, huh? Have fun with your Dungeons and Dragons. How's your day going, Mikey? I'll talk to you in a bit. I've been too busy trying to get stuff ready for the new stuff. I've been just overworking trying to get stuff ready for the new year. I'll change the eyes a little bit more. Okay, like that. Good, good. Make myself believe. Eyes a little. Let's see. Mikey, you currently watching any animes? Or you have? Oh. Okay. Make sure, just in case if you need any help, let me know. Okay. Why are you doing that? No, just like that. Good, good, good. Like that. Oh. Bicycle racing. Wait, that sounds familiar. What's it called? Wait. Oh, thank you. I might know what anime you're referring to. It's a sports anime, right? They're like a racing, bicycle racing, like a marathon type thing. think I'm only on episode 2. Oh, wait, it's on Netflix? JJK is on Netflix? That was just only on Crunchyroll. Let's see here. It's what I can't Hey, hon, did you see my video I sent you? Oh, okay. Then it's probably season 1 or 2. That's weird. Oh, they have one section. That's so weird. Rudo. Good. Was it helpful? If you watched it yet, if you haven't, please don't feel afraid to ask any questions if something's confusing you or anything. I have no issue answering them. Good. If you got confused anywhere, please let me know. I'm always looking for feedback, so if there's something that confuses you or something that's off-putting, just let me know. Oh, maybe that Oscar nominee. I don't know. It's not the show's bad. The movie's bad. It's just like, I don't know. I think it's blown up a little portion because of the music. I don't think it's worth an Oscar nominee. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, wait, hold on. The actor award shouldn't be. I think whether it's on Stranger Things or whatever, I don't think it should be taken away or say like it's the people on Stranger Things don't deserve it. It's not the same as if the story was ass. The story was pretty bad, but like you gotta give props to these kids who could or adults and kids. I don't know. You gotta give them props for doing their best to act, because it's not their fault. It's the writer's fault. It's not the actor's fault. The actors did fine, I think, in my opinion. I don't think none of them did bad at the acting. No, I have not. I know of Ultraman, but I did not watch it. The one on Netflix, right? Well, first, it is a Japanese property. I don't say anime per se. I remember it used to come on back when I was a kid on Foxbox on 4Kids.
Where's the corn for the biryani?
I don't know.
What?
You used to have it, and this was my problem. Now you all sound lost it.
I can't remember the corn that I gave you.
No, it's not here.
I bet you plugged in somewhere.
Nope, it would not. That would make no sense. Especially when I told you to take it.
You gave me the actual mic, not the wire.
Jeez, Mikey says hi.
Heyo. Oh.
Let's see. This guy goes up like this. I think. That. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully it looks better as I go. Clips do you paint? I use Clips do you paint as my program. What was I saying? I was saying something earlier, I don't know. Hello, Benny. I hear you. You're fine. Is it like on Netflix, probably? I don't know, I think we'll try on Netflix. Me? Oh God. My voice is cute again. Well, it's better than me saying I sound like a girl, but then again, I don't really blame people when they say it do. I don't have the deepest of voices, so. Hey, buddy. What's up, bud? That. Thank you for the compliment. Okay, now the hair is kind of like. Oh my God. Okay, Rudo hair is no like kind of different but the same. When drawing like no, I can't. I'm doing my animatic. I have to get these done. And if you want me to draw something, you'll have to pay for that. Sorry. The finger is at the far end. Like that. Then. Back down again. Okay, yes. Why does this look so off? Okay. I think it's the way I drew it. Okay, Rudo's hand. not totally sure. All right, laters.
Hey, let me kick it to you right quick.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
As a gangster's a grown man.
Let's see
What
here.
matters more than the mistakes you make is what you're able to learn from them. Big Phil, it's for you,
Yep.
baby.
I got bills to pay. Hey, Pug, what's going on? Hey. Hello. Thank you, thank you. I use Lineart Pens XPPen 22 Pro. Hello, thank you. Do what?
No regrets, I'm blessed to say the old me dead and gone away.
There we go. Now I clean up the hair as best as I can, and then don't make the mistake of putting this beat here. Didn't mean that to happen. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is turn this down.
Most of that stuff look back just laugh. Some stuff still look back, get sad. Maybe my homeboy still be around. Had a knot, hit the sucker in the mouth that time. I won that fight, I lost that war. I can still see my homie walking out that door. Man, who thought I never see tomorrow no more? Got enough there, homies, I don't want no more. I had paid with a job, but it cost me more. Should've walked off, took that loss for sure. Now think before I risk my life. Take them chances to get my stripes. Somebody put their hands on me, alright. Otherwise, stand there, talk all night. Cause I hit you and you sue me. I shoot you, get locked up, who me? No more straight, now I'm straight. Now I get it, now I take time to think before
Wasn't mean of me to correct a viewer of mine because he was saying that Luffy is never scarred, even scared? Because I was drawing him to be scared. You don't have to like draw. It doesn't have to be lore accurate. You can do whatever you want. No one said it had to be lore accurate. Like that's like saying, so like I get that thousands of times all the time. Like for instance, when people make those questionable fan arts of like characters that are being shipped together, because obviously it's not, you know, it's not you know, canonically correct or canon, but people go with it anyway because they can. So it's up to you. Let me do that weirdly. Okay, so like this. There we go. looks like Rudo. His hairstyle in this particular angle. Ooh, I haven't heard this in a good minute. That'll make sense. Don't worry. Yep. Yep, it is. Honestly, I know a lot of people make a lot of connections to like Rudo and Bakugo being like technically the same person, but I actually look at Sakura, the main character, as like a third little brother to like both Rudo and Bakugo. I find that Rudo's more closer to Bakugo, but I feel like that Sakura's like if there was brothers, I think Sakura will be the third oldest. Like he will be this last oldest out of the three, so it'll be like Bakugo first, Rudo, and then Sakura, because they tend to be cut from the same cloth. But with Sakura, he's a lot more sensitive, I would say, compared to like someone like Rudo. And he's really the pudge woman too. So. Oh no, you was playing basketball in the snow. You brave. You a brave one. I hope you have health insurance. Say let me. Yep. Okay. Nice. That's so weird. Why did that stop? Hold on. That was weird. I think it's the phone itself. It has to be the phone. Yeah, I got a new phone. This phone's not. This sound's not. It's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Yee. Okay, like that. I'm gonna add another feather here. I just feel like it'll fit better. Is being a no. Well, I would. Oh, thank you for the gift, Savoy. I think it's considered a super scene. Yes, thank you. I didn't see it. Sorry. I would consider it being a super senior when you get left back. Let's put it that way. I don't think you're a super senior when you're at 18. Pennies. What about them pennies, buddy? Hey Parson, what's going on? How goes it? On my terms, on my own. Yeah, I don't think that's a super senior. That's like a normal age to be at senior level, especially in high school. That's a normal age. It's only if you're like, I don't know, 25 in high school, you know what I'm saying? Or in your like late 20s, or mid 20s or something, 23 or something in high school. He would consider you a super senior at that point. And stuff like that. So it's high, yeah, it's the, oh, I'm drawing Rudo. That's not good then. That's not good. I don't think that's a good thing. On my own. If they're like 23, 24 or something like that. Or even 22. No, there's not. You have to practice. You have to like build. You have to build on that drawing library. So what you need to do is like look at a bunch of references, and after a while drawing those type of references, it's gonna get easier and easier. And then you can actually do it from your head based on those visual library. Even if you don't have anything technically planned, you can use like your intuition on how something looks. It's kind of like when us as humans kind of like look at an object and we can kind of see like a face. It doesn't have to be like directly like a human face, but if I put like something like this and I put like this, even though it's not directly a face, you can feel these are eyes and a nose or a mouth. I don't really see the, like, if you're a senior, it depends. It really depends. If you're like 18 and she's like 16, 17, I don't think it's a big deal. But then again, it's like, you're going to be considered as adult, so I don't know. It's a weird thing. So, I don't know. I don't know. I think that's a big thing. But if you're like, I don't know, 18 and you're going out with someone who's 14, it doesn't look good. Woohoo! Oh, yeah, that's kind of weird. Yeah, that is that's a bit weird. Yeah, I believe you can. Because even though you are here with customers, you still consider them. Yeah. So, doesn't it matter by state though? Don't Texas have like Julia and Romeo laws and crap that call? Where if they're not too far in age, like in 2 or 3 years from age, they'll everything's fine or something like that. Yeah, I think Texas has that exception. Hello. Close the game. I mean, close the game. Lowest 12? What is the gap? Wait, what is the gap? No way. No. 12? No. That can't be right. Oh, yeah, I'm no. Okay, yeah, that's a thing. I don't know how that makes sense. Oh, it makes sense, but it doesn't. I don't like that. Like, especially if the parents are weird. Yeah, I've heard that. That's a thing. So it doesn't matter what age the individual is, if the parents is okay. I don't think the law can get involved, but it's weird because I think they changed that to statutory in general. Oh, so the parents being up to the living. Okay, let me see here. Put the chin here. After this song, we'll do reactions.
I'm looking for someone to hold, someone to care, someone who's there. I'm trying to find someone who's me and knows how I
That's crazy.
take it from me. I don't wanna be lonely.
Yeah, usually when I think situations like that happen, the parents are actually benefiting from it. They have to be benefiting from it. There's no way. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense. Like, there has to be somehow the reason why the parents will be okay with it is somehow in some way they're benefiting from it financially or something. Yeah, I knew it. Because there's no way a parent would be okay with that. Any sane parent won't do that. Or maybe for religious reasons too.
Someone to care, someone who's there. Someone who's me, knows how I be. 'Cause take it from me, I don't wanna be lonely.
Okay. Whatever. Yeah, that is actually quite horrible. Politics. That'd be crazy. What, for political reasons? That's crazy. I want to see what kind of headcanon they have to say for politics. I have to give my daughter away to some weirdo. Or my son or something. Eventually, after the animatics are ready to go, because I've been working on a bunch of things. This is why I've been losing a bunch of sleep. Okay, now since we're done with the music stuff, let's see what is being said here. Now, here it says here, 19 questions surrounding the arrest of David's friend Neo something. So apparently his friend has something to do with this girl dying. With David's situation. I don't know what's up with that. Let me see.
David's apparent friend, Neil Langston. We took the time to dive a bit more into who he is, the circumstances of his capture, and what his potential role could be in this case. The case of the death of a teenage girl found in the trunk of a car reportedly registered to the romantic homicide singer. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Now, I gotta say this real quick. If you're putting things online, if you're posting clips, if you're in content creation, do you ever wonder how we're able to share so many clips so quickly? We use something called Opus Clip. This is an all-in-one AI editor that makes it so easy to cut, create, and upload videos across any platform. Through AI, Opus Clip generates B-roll, it reframes footage, and it even cleans up audio. And it is so easy. You just visit opus.pro/sidebar, you sign up, you upload, and in minutes you have perfectly edited clips ready to go. For TikTok, Shorts, Reels, Opus Clip is your one-stop shop. And having a tool like Opus Clip means that our producers can get you viral courtroom updates instantly. This is the most powerful tool there is to share ideas and edit like a pro. Opus.pro/sidebar to get a free week and then 50% off. Okay, so look, we were in such a rush on Friday with the breaking news of the arrest of David's friend or apparent friend, Neil Langston, that we didn't really get a chance to really discuss everything we know about this guy. And, by the way, his alleged connection to this case, because there was more that came out afterwards. There was more that came out over the weekend. So that's what we want to do right now. Dedicate a little bit more time to Neil Langston, because this is a big deal. This is a big deal. An investigation that was launched after the decomposed body of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found in a Tesla out in Los Angeles, reportedly registered to singer David. There hasn't really been a lot that we know, a lot that we can even confirm. There have been no arrests. There have been no charges. And let's be clear about what Langston was arrested for and what he wasn't currently. But this comes, as it was reported, a grand jury may be hearing evidence out in Los Angeles in connection with Celeste's death. And that's interesting because at first we thought that this was an investigative grand jury that would help with getting witness testimony, maybe getting the production of evidence, but they couldn't return an indictment. Then the reporting seemed to suggest, no, this is a grand jury that can return an indictment. So just presuming that for a moment, we got to talk about it. Okay, to be clear, while there have been reports about David's alleged involvement, and that he's considered a suspect, and that he may be facing homicide charges, authorities haven't confirmed that. That's not surprising in a case like this, but just want to make that clear too. But Neil Langston, okay, 23 years old, reported online streamer who apparently has been featured in photos and videos with the romantic homicide singer in the past. He was arrested last week, reportedly on a felony charge of failing to appear as a witness. seemingly out of a case in Los Angeles. That this was a warrant from the LAPD.
That's a
more
thing?
specifically, the...
You can get arrested for not showing up as a witness? I didn't know that was a thing. I did not know that was a thing. I thought that was, you just didn't show up. And whoever's going to use you for witness, well, that just hurts their case. But, like, I didn't know you can actually get arrested as a felony charge not to show up to court as a witness to something.
Robbery Homicide Division that is in fact investigating Celeste's death. And we reported that he was arrested out in Montana, more specifically Helena, Montana. This is according to TMZ, that he was booked into the Lewis and Clark County Detention Center at 5:56 p.m. on January 22nd. This is per LA Mag. But now, this is a new piece of information. We have learned that he was apparently apprehended at his mother's house, his mother Cynthia's house, reportedly on Night Street, which is apparently a residential neighborhood. Now, LA Mag, Los Angeles Mag, saying that he was wearing a gray hoodie, brown beanie, and navy blue sweats when he was arrested. And you know what's interesting about him allegedly being picked up at his mom's place? I got to call this out. According to TMZ, they say that public records indicate that his mom bought that house in March of 2025.
Okay.
Why is that significant? So while we don't know for sure whether Langston is connected to Celeste's case or not, if he is allegedly involved, and we don't know in what capacity, that timing is important because if it's true, Celeste apparently disappeared in 2024 from Lake Elsinore, California. And investigators believe that she had been dead for quite some time when she was found in that car on September 8th, 2025. Now, we don't know the exact cause of death, the manner of death, the time of death. Remember, the ME, the medical examiner's records, the office records are sealed. This is due to a court order that was sought by the LAPD. But remember when the LAPD recently released a statement that said, quote, "We have evidence that David traveled to the Santa Barbara area sometime during the spring of 2025. The reason for that trip is still under investigation, and we've drawn no conclusions at this point about the relevance of the trip to this case." So that house was apparently bought in March of 2025. Now thinking, what else may have happened in spring of 2025? As I mentioned on a previous episode of Sidebar, Steve Fisher, the private investigator who's connected to this case, he says the last proof of life photo they have of Celeste is from January of 2025. So again, timing there is interesting. But I want to go back to what has come out since our last report of Neil Langston. So according to LA Mag, his case was handled by the district court, which indicates a felony was at issue here. And according to a service report, a total of 7 police officers were called to his mom's house to arrest him. And also TMZ reporting that while it seems David and Langston appeared together on social media, in the time leading up to when Celeste's body was found, Langston allegedly deleted or archived photos of him with David. Again, allegation, something to be thinking about. So based on the reporting, it was speculated, okay, could he have failed to appear as a witness in this apparent ongoing grand jury proceeding that's happening in LA? That's a fair conclusion.
What's going on?
And again, potentially a grand jury hearing evidence in the David Celeste case. Now, while the LAPD hasn't come out and said that, there is potentially evidence to support it. Why? The reason we say that is because, as we previously reported per TMZ, that back in December of 2025, there may have been a conversation in the hallway of the courthouse between Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman, so this is a career homicide prosecutor who is allegedly spearheading the Celeste case, and an attorney named Evan Jennis. Now, Evan Jennis apparently represents Robert Morgenroth, heads up David's touring company as David's manager, and the conversation, per TMZ, was about a potentially uncooperative witness. In fact, Silverman allegedly told Jennis that she was going to have the judge issue a body attachment. So this is a legal way to get a witness to appear in front of the court. Now look, we have no idea if this conversation actually happened or if the alleged uncooperative witness is Neil Langston, but I gotta call it out. I gotta say this, right? So what happened? Well, Langston was transported to Los Angeles. He was booked into the Metropolitan Detention Center. This is per TMZ. And he was released after posting $60,000 bail on Saturday. Now, I will say Steve Fisher, again, he is the private investigator who was hired by the property owner where David was apparently staying at, which was near where that Tesla was found. He posted on X, as a point of clarification, Neil Langston was not booked or housed at the LA Sheriff's Department Twin Towers Jail in Los Angeles. He was extradited and taken to LAPD's Metropolitan Detention Center, different than the federal MDC, and he bonded out from there. The Sheriff's Department is responsible for reporting all prisoners being held in Los Angeles County, which is why he appears on their website.
Right.
And he also says that he bonded out at 9:41 a.m. this morning. He's no longer in custody. Now, putting that to the side, if he bonded out $60,000 bail on Saturday, it does become a question of if he will testify and how he will testify, what he would say, what value his potential testimony would be. Because again, assuming he sought to testify in that grand jury, there is something there. Now, I do have to call this out too. When it was being reported that David was being considered a suspect in Celeste's death, there was chatter out there about whether a second suspect was being considered too by authorities. And if that is true, now we got to wonder, is this Langston? Which is interesting because he's being called as a witness, right? He's not a potential person being charged, which, by the way, Steve Fisher, which I'm going to show in a minute, has some thoughts about. But there's always been speculation that maybe multiple people, multiple actors have been responsible in some way with what happened to Celeste, even just the placement of her body. Now, acclaimed criminal defense attorney Mark Garagos spoke on the Two Angry Men podcast back in November that according to people he apparently spoke to who are connected to the case, investigators may be looking at a newly unidentified second person that was involved, quote, before, during, and after Celeste's death. That they may have digital evidence to support this, cell phone data, social media activity, digital data from the Tesla, and that this evidence places this person in the same Hollywood Hills neighborhood during the time when either Celeste died or her body was found. So again, we don't know for sure what Langston's alleged role is or could be, but got to call that out too if they're talking about maybe a second suspect. Now, let me mention here Steve Fisher, okay? Because Steve Fisher went on X and was quite vocal about this, okay? He's been very outspoken before, but when it came to Neil Langston's arrest, he didn't hold anything back. And by the way, there is evidence that he too may have testified before the grand jury. Anyway, this is what he posted on X. This is Steve Fisher. Quote, the arrest of Neil Langston for failure to appear to give testimony, which are the exact words used by the Sheriff's Department when speaking with me, concerns me to a certain extent, assuming this arrest is related to the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case. Targets are not typically called to testify in a case. So basically, this is somebody who may be criminally charged, right? Quote, at the state level, target letters are not always required, but subpoenaing a target without providing notice is extremely risky. A defense attorney would likely argue that any testimony was coerced. Had Neil received a target letter, he almost certainly would have retained counsel and invoked his Fifth Amendment rights. You know, right against self-incrimination, which, by the way, he may do if he ends up testifying. Quote, that makes me think that he's viewed as a witness rather than someone currently at risk of being charged. Did one person act alone in concealing Celeste's body? If this was a homicide, did a single individual act alone without a conspirator? I find that unlikely. This leads me to believe that Neo may represent a last-ditch effort by prosecutors, a Hail Mary of sorts, because they do not yet have what they need to fully make the case. They may be attempting to pressure him into cooperating, potentially by offering immunity. Is Neo the last hope? If that is the situation, it suggests the case is largely circumstantial, which could help explain the prolonged delay. I may be misreading the situation, but when I learned of Neo's arrest, my stomach dropped. I am deeply concerned about both the strength of the case and the pursuit of justice for Celeste. While charging one person is better than charging no one, everyone who bore any culpability in this minor's death or in the concealment of her body should face the most severe punishment available under the law. However, it doesn't feel like that will be the case. Not to me, anyway. Hashtag David, hashtag Celeste Rivas Hernandez. But then Steve follows it up with another X post. Quote, what I'm most curious about in the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case is what David's reaction or explanation was when it was disclosed on September 8th that a body had been found in a car registered to him. The only people who would know that are those who were on tour with him at the time. I know Neo started the tour with him, but I do not believe he was there for the entire duration. Rob, possibly meaning Robert Morgenroth, the manager, Rob likely was involved, but he may not have been on the road continuously or present at every show. Isia, however, I believe, was with David the entire time on the road and at each show and was with him the day the news broke. I believe that because Isia left her car at the rental house on the day they boarded the tour bus for the first show in San Francisco in July. Her car was not picked up until September 19th, when her father retrieved it late that evening as seen on surveillance. It would be extremely telling to know how those conversations unfolded after it became public that Celeste's body had been found. I am sure there was shock, not about the body itself, because they already knew about that, in my opinion, but about the fact the world was now or knows of what kind of people they are. Who can do this to a 14-year-old or even have knowledge of it and still live with themselves? Months later, and not even a single offer of condolences to Celeste's family and friends from any of them. Nobody has ever been convicted of a crime by offering a condolence. And if people are offered immunity, it doesn't mean they're not guilty. It means they got lucky. But karma does not care about luck. To be clear, I am sick and bleeping tired of each day that goes by that those responsible are not behind bars. It's time to bleeping pay for what you or each of you did. Now, it is a very interesting take from Steve regarding Langston and others, and if he was allegedly involved or not, and whether or not a deal needs to be worked out, and the strength of the case, and the target of the investigation is obviously very different than a witness. We don't really know what authorities are looking at, even if there is fully a grand jury that's been impaneled, what they're looking at. But, you do wonder if this case does need to be built up on witness testimony, and whether or not there's somebody else that hasn't been identified that potentially Neo can provide testimony to. So perhaps it is David, perhaps it's David and someone else. Is it just Neo and David? This is what we don't know. And obviously you can sense Steve's frustrations if Neo was, in his view, or maybe in his view, is a central role in this and is not going to be charged, but we just don't know for sure. Because if he was to be indicted too, Steve does make a point. They wouldn't really be bringing him back to testify as a witness. And it does raise interesting questions. But once more, we don't even know the exact circumstances or Langston's connection to David or Celeste for sure. And you know what else? Authorities never even confirmed what the relationship was between Celeste and David. There's always been speculation that the two were romantically involved, despite her being a minor. And we always talked about before charges related to a potential homicide or disposal of a body. But if there was an inappropriate relationship going on and she's a minor, those are potential charges too. By the way, we made a contact with a Montana police officer who indicated, quote, for further information regarding the investigation, please contact the Los Angeles Police Department Robbery Homicide Division. So there you go. Again, another confirmation that that specific division of LAPD is involved in the arrest of Neil Langston. But with all that in mind, now I want to go to something else. I want to go to my interview with retired Detective Commander Will Svilar. So this is from Friday. This is when the news broke of Neil Langston's arrest. It provides a little bit more context to think about in terms of his potential role, his arrest, what we can expect. Here you go.
Sounds to me like, 2 and 2, like you said, the grand jury's been convened since November. What happens then is the prosecution is presenting witness after witness, putting evidence in against a specific target or targets for a specific charge. So bringing this guy in, they probably believe has pertinent information to support this charge. And it sounds to me like the noose is starting to tighten around the offender.
If we assume that he was supposed to be testifying in front of the grand jury, and obviously we know grand juries are kind of one-sided, it's the prosecution presenting enough evidence to suggest, hey, can you return an indictment? First, we had thought that it was just an investigative grand jury that couldn't return an indictment. Then there was reporting, no, this is a grand jury that can return an indictment. The standard to get back an indictment is relatively low, but it's the prosecution's case. They're presenting evidence to support whatever charges they're looking for here. If we assume he's been an uncooperative witness, and we assume he's all the way in Montana, so 1,200 miles away, timeline's interesting, right? So the reporting in December of an uncooperative witness, and now in January, I wonder if they might have had trouble finding him. I don't know the circumstances of his arrest. I don't know the talk to me about the cooperation. If you have LAPD now working with Montana to maybe find him, I do wonder, was there an issue to figure out where he was?
Sure, it could have taken a while to find him, but once you swear out a warrant and you put a warrant across the database, across the country, anywhere this guy gets stopped, it's serviceable. As long as it's a good warrant, it's serviceable, and there's extradition involved, it gets served wherever he is. And you get it out there across law enforcement channels, you put it in the leads. Once it's in leads, every law enforcement agency has it. So regardless of where he went, he was eventually going to get caught. Now, they may have had some information from whatever sources that he was up in Montana, but this could be as simple as a routine traffic stop where he gets picked up on a name check.
What do you think his connection is to this case?
Well, he's a friend. He's an influencer. I think the purpose of the grand jury is to try to find out what that connection is. And again, there's so many different things out there with these influencers and the YouTube. I don't know what his connection would be, but the grand jury wants to find out, and then prosecution wants to find out.
Okay.
And again, now you can bring him back, extradite him, make him go to the grand jury, but he could still take the fifth, doesn't have to testify. If it comes back, the medical examiner comes back that this is a homicide, changes everything. If it's a homicide, now you're looking at a murder charge. This grand jury is being presented information and evidence to support a specific charge against a specific person or persons. Could this guy be part of it? He could be, or he could just be a witness. Now, the benefit of bringing him in, if he decides he doesn't want to testify, he wants to take the fifth, well, then the judge can make him sit. The judge who issues a warrant can make him sit in jail. And, you know, up to 30 days, you might change your mind.
There's the possibility, when you think about what happened to Celeste, whether or not multiple people can be involved. Do you think that this is a grand jury that is hearing evidence against multiple people, and there would be multiple indictments or indictment containing multiple defendants at the same time?
Absolutely could well be. And I can tell you, like you mentioned earlier, the threshold to get an indictment, to get probable cause to indict it, to move it on to trial, to the next phase, isn't that high. Okay, it's like probable cause. But if you're bringing all these witnesses, you're laying out a pretty complex complaint or a complaint's argument that possibly there could be more than one person. Matter of fact, I'd be surprised if there was only one person.
By the way, just to go back to Neil Langston, if someone is allegedly uncooperative, does that mean they have something to hide? Or have you seen in your experience, maybe they don't want to testify for a variety of reasons?
Both ways. Either someone's got something to hide, or and more often than not, when we get reluctant witnesses, and you know, 32 years on a job, I worked murders and violent crimes for 25 of them. Most of the time in those instances where we can't get someone to cooperate, it's because out of fear. They're fear of retribution, and they don't want to get themselves involved or their families involved.
By the way, did you see this mugshot of him? We have it. Did you see it? Where
he looks pretty
smiling. That was weird.
Yeah, he looks like he's in a good mood.
Yeah, that was interesting, just to say the least. I mean,
yeah, I did see that.
But also think about how young they are. I mean, you talk about 23-year-old. What's David? 20 years old. These are young people that investigators might be looking at. I think that's by the way, something else that everybody talks about. You know, they say if they're looking at David, it's not just in connection with the death of Celeste, but any alleged relationship he had with her. Do you think that's being explored?
Sure, absolutely. There's ages of consent. She's below the age of consent. He's over the age of consent. That's an inappropriate relationship, and not only inappropriate, but illegal. So when we talk about the indictments and the charges, that could very well be part of it.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe.
All right, cool. Now, on to the next one. We got the whole whiff of that. Now, on this one, this is from Maury, and he's talking about TikTok. So there's a little bit of a net break change. All right, so we're going to go with this one. It says here from Maury, it says, TikTok censorship gets worse. Not really surprised. 3K a month? Okay. Oh God.
Massive news. So it looks like TikTok might just officially be dead. Or at the very least, unusable to people who, take their privacy very seriously. As according to the BBC Pause, they say TikTok closes deal to split U.S. app from global business. The U.S. and China have signed off on a deal for TikTok's Chinese owner to hand over the company's American division to investors backed by Donald Trump. It means the U.S. version of TikTok will become majority owned by a group of investors that includes American tech giant Oracle, California-based private equity fund Silver Lake, and United Arab Emirates investment firm MGX. And it seems after this division has happened and China has now handed over the American version of TikTok over to the current administration as well as U.S. investors, the entire app just gone to shit. And to start things off for the list of things that are going wrong with this app, apparently, and this is weird to me, the term Epstein has now been censored on TikTok. I should check. Apparently, if you try to send the word Epstein, I guess, comment or DM it to someone on TikTok, it has now just been completely blocked. Someone said American TikTok versus European TikTok. This is bad. And yeah, this person's in Europe. They can type the word, I'm
drawing Rudo.
sign. This person's American and they cannot. Here we have one person said Epstein. Another person said, did you see that? The other person said nope. So yeah, not entirely sure what that is about. But another person said, no one is talking about TikTok's latest update on their terms and services, which, and this is crazy to me, tracks your citizenship / immigration status, religious beliefs, mental and physical health diagnosis, your race, if you're trans or non-binary, sexual preferences and orientation. With these screenshots here, another one here, which literally says citizenship or immigration status, along with the other things that were listed, may be tracked, which I failed to see the relevance for any of that. Like, this is literally supposed to be a social media app. Why are we tracking any of this? And it gets even worse because users are now saying, chat, it might really be over for TikTok. The new terms of service is actually in.
Like, I already left TikTok pretty much at this point. Like, I was happy when the app actually got shut down at one point, and I was so mad when it came back the very next day. I was so mad because I was like, I had the burden of that thing off my chest for the longest while because it was my biggest platform, but most annoying. So I was like, I felt like there was a bit of a weight off my shoulders. But when it came back, I got so mad. And at that time, I was like, what, 70,000, 80,000? I think I was like 70,000 followers up. And I had no problem losing all those followers because I was like, half those followers don't even watch my stuff. Because I'm like, not because of them. It's because TikTok, for some odd reason, was like suppressing every time I would post something. So I think it was a me problem or TikTok had an issue with the things I was posting at the time. And this is before all of this happening. So when I stopped streaming as much as I did, because I used to stream all the time on TikTok and got a lot of followers and stuff, something changed within the algorithm. I don't know why, but it went left pretty fast. But I came to the conclusion, like, this was just changing. I just didn't want to deal with it no more. I do once in a while stream on TikTok when I'm trying to try something out, but most cases, I don't care for streaming on TikTok or making content on TikTok anymore. YouTube is where it's at, actually.
Insane, beyond invasive and predatory. Automatic geotagging, even if you disable it from your phone, they own all of your content and likeness and can use it for ads. Can permanently delete your account without explanation. It's pretty bad.
Firstly, in the privacy policy under information you provide, TikTok has included sensitive information such as citizenship and immigration status. I need to be very clear when I say this, TikTok collects more than one type of information. There's information you will To be very clear when I say that. Firstly, in the privacy policy under information you provide, TikTok has included sensitive information such as citizenship and immigration status. I need to be very clear when I say this, TikTok collects more than one type of information. There's information you willingly provide, information that is automatically collected, and information they get from third-party or other sources. And I know a lot of people who got to this portion of the new privacy policy are panicking. However, I don't like fear-mongering for views, so while TikTok will track you to an extent, here are some things you can actually do about it.
Nah, I just gotta say before this guy goes any further, WTF, it's clear as day to me that
however, I don't like fear-mongering for views, so while TikTok will track you to an extent, here are some things you can actually do about it.
Nah, I just gotta say before this guy goes any further, WTF, it's clear as day to me that all the fear-mongering about China this, China that, collecting and stealing and violating American rights and privacies was highly exaggerated because now that the USA owns the American division of TikTok, they're literally doing the same exact thing, or if not even worse. Like, genuinely speaking, regardless of what your beliefs or politics are, you got to understand that an app wanting to know your race, your religion, your sexuality, and everything else in between, as well as your immigration status, is definitely beyond insane. Like, why the fuck is any of that relevant when I'm literally just hopping on TikTok to burn time? I'm on here to doom scroll while I'm on the shitter waiting to wrap things up. Why does any of this even matter? Oh wait, it matters because these people want to know every little thing about your life. We don't have any privacy anymore. They want to control people. They want to advertise to people, and it looks like they're going to be using TikTok now to actually get people's data to start using it for nefarious government operations. We are truly living in dark times.
For in-app settings, go to Settings and Privacy, Security and Permissions, then to Privacy. You can turn off activity status, as well as suggesting your account through contacts, Facebook, or people who send links to you. Additionally, you have the power to stop syncing contacts as well as Facebook friends with TikTok. You can toggle these off too. Also, go back to Settings settings and privacy, then click ads. And when it comes to data that is collected from other sources, you can turn off targeted ads outside of TikTok, targeted ads, and you can also clear your off TikTok data.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I recommend everybody go ahead and do that now. I went ahead and did it myself just to make sure all those things were off because holy shit. And I'm assuming this is primarily for USA-based people because based off of what I can see, people located in Europe don't have the censorship, ironically, that we have. We're supposed to be the land of the free, freedom of speech and all this, and now we're being censored on TikTok. And ladies and gentlemen, it gets even worse because apparently now TikTok is going to be using your faces to train AI.
And like other apps, a little bit farther up in this policy, TikTok does have a very broad license when it comes to your content, how they're going to take your content display, but also possibly train AI with it, depending on the features that you use, but also the settings that you engage with.
That is crazy. That is genuinely nuts. And just to be very clear here, I'm going to read this for you. In their terms of service, they say to provide the platform, we need certain rights from you called a license. By creating, publishing, and otherwise providing your content on or to the platform, which is TikTok, you grant to TikTok USDS joint venture a license to use your content that is non-exclusive, irrevocable, and royalty-free. You retain the rights to use your content elsewhere, although we don't owe you any payments for sharing your content with us. And at the second bullet point, they say assignable and sublicensable, including through multiple tiers, so we can, for example, work with service providers and business partners to help distribute your content. And the third bullet point, worldwide, so we can show your content to a global audience. Meanwhile, they're going to be monetizing your content. They're probably going to be using this for AI training purposes. And they're making sure it's royalty free, meaning they don't have to pay you simply by using the application and post.
Wow, they don't have to pay you. That's crazy. Damn. I'm so glad I never did. I am so happy that I never, ever, ever relied on this app for money. Like, if I got money, that's cool, but I never relied on it. Thank God. Oh, moly.
Posting your content is giving them, based off of these terms of service, the right to use your content for free.
Depending on the features that you use, but also the settings that you engage with. Also, there was a lot of chatter about Section 3.2. You may revoke, reclaim, or reassign the username of your account in certain circumstances, such as when you're inactive for 180 days, or your username violates terms and conditions, privacy policy, community guidelines, stuff like that.
That is a terrible policy, man. Basically, they just said, if you don't use the app enough, or if you take a break from this app, they can literally just strip you of your username, even if it's a rare username. Thus, kind of like, I don't know, tying you to the app, making you a slave to having to log in every 180 days at the very least, which is basically 6 months. So if you ever decide to take a 6-month hiatus and you have a name that TikTok wants to reclaim, they can, based off of these terms of service, do that. They can just assign you a different name, a random ass username that you don't like. Honestly, this is, all these changes are so shitty. And for people who are relying on this app for an income, I genuinely feel sorry for you, because what the USA or the joint venture part of American TikTok has just done is literally just made this into a digital Chinese sweatshop. Ironically, it looks like TikTok was in better hands with China than it is with the USA, which is crazy to say. Additionally, it looks like ever since this update has happened, a lot of users on TikTok have been reporting their videos being stuck at 0 views. I actually saw that myself.
Bro, I don't know. Like, listen. I know this sucks, but I don't know what's wrong with these content creators. You just stayed on TikTok alone? Are you mad? Like, who's stupid enough to just stay on one app? Like, I don't understand this. Who stays on one app? Like, we've been doing this since YouTube and Twitch. We all know that if you have a Twitch, you have a YouTube. If you have YouTube, you have a Twitch. You have an Instagram, you have a Twitch or a YouTube. Why are you on one app? Are you mad? Are you stupid? Even after the fact of the whole, like, lockdown thing, when it shut down, people still stayed on one. They stayed on one app still. Are you dumb? You must be stupid or mentally ill if you think staying on one app was okay. Even after what happened. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense.
Personally, as you can see, it happened to this really popular
TikToker
by the name of Your Favorite Guy. He posted some videos and he has like 3.5.
Then that's a skill issue. Like, if you're famous only on one app, that's one thing, but you don't diversify your app on other platforms. That's insane. That's right. I guess the got paid more money Staying on TikTok. Yeah, they'll still get paid, right? But the fact that you're not posting on other platforms shows how lazy you truly are. Because it, like tomorrow, like they witnessed and saw what happened when TikTok was getting shut down per se, and it only was 24 hours, and nearly every big and small content creator was saying goodbye, everybody. Right? They was under that, and then it was crying, I don't know where I'm gonna get my money, X, Y, and Z. Right? So as soon as the app came back and people was back on their stuff, this was the perfect time on that same day to take all your content, download it onto a separate drive or something, and re-upload them on YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff. I don't know why they didn't do that. That's so dumb. Like, it doesn't matter if you love the app. It's about your survival, because obviously most of them are saying, "Oh, I only depend on this one app." Are you mad? What happened to those sponsorship deals? What happened to those brand deals? What happened to those contract deals? You know what I'm saying? Like, you couldn't do anything. These people are dumb. I will never do that. Pretty much. I don't know. That's insane to me. That's insane.
Million on TikTok, right? Buddy posted, right? And he may be relying on TikTok for an income as well. And look, his most recent 3 videos has 0 views.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, then again, when you think of it now, Elon Musk said he's gonna bring back Vine. So most people who are TikTok refugees are just gonna jump to the new Vine. That's what's going to happen. Like, let's be honest. No matter how much everyone hates this new update or this new policy change, majority of people are still going to stay on it till something better comes along. Like, as soon as Vine gets revived, everyone's going to jump over there just to see if they could. It's always smart to have a failsafe, right? Like, it's insane. It's stupid.
So looks like with whatever forced updates to
he said he's bringing back Vine.
TOS that they've done to TikTok recently within the
I
last
wouldn't
week
be
or so,
surprised. As soon as this policy change came back, Vine comes out a month after. Bet you that's going to happen. As soon as this was implemented, this policy change that we all said yes to, Vine will be coming up right after. I bet you.
Now impacted discoverability for already existing users, which is insane. Like, this can definitely impact.
And I don't know why most of y'all went to Red Note in the first place. That was the most insane thing. I know you guys was trying to stick it to your government. I get that to a degree. But when you really think of it, that was really dumb on everyone's behalf. To go to a Chinese app to spread your American problems onto a Chinese app, that was not going to work. Most of y'all didn't know how to speak Chinese, but you just wanted to piss off your... It's just like... No, that's probably what they're going to do, using more nostalgia. But hey, a lot of people are going to move over there just to see if they could. On what, my art? Oh, yeah. I get you. But, like, that's the thing. I'm not going to be surprised.
Relations with brands who are expecting you to get a whole bunch of views for their product. And when they inevitably go to see the performance of that video, right, that you're getting paid.
When anyone asks me, are you going to go to the Red app, the Red Note? I was like, hell no. Why the hell am I going to move to an app just because X, Y, and Z? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Opposed to your page, and they see 0 views, they're probably not going to want to work with that creator ever again. Here we have another big TikToker by the name of Jessica Burbank with literally
most people can't even read Mandarin, much less do it. So most people was just guessing half the time on the UI.
In the comment section, and look, these videos have been up for 8
hours. And then, like,
hours.
if you're a certain person who talks about certain things, like social issues in America, or like you talk about orientation stuff and stuff like that, what's gonna happen? China don't really play that stuff with that mental illness nonsense. So what they're gonna do is, as soon as you post it up, they're just gonna take your videos down almost instantly. It makes no sense. So it makes no sense to actually go there. There was no point, especially if you're a certain orientation. They do not with that whole different orientation unless you're hetero. So like it makes no sense. Especially, they don't like hearing American propaganda or problems. It's definitely going to take you down that one.
In 1 hour, not even a content violation.
So if you talk about political problems, you're gonna get
the amount of
shut
views,
down
the
almost
one
instantly.
like right here, no comments, and the other one
I was
has 0
banned
views,
over
0
there
comments,
after
and
40
she has
something
like over
minutes.
500,000 followers on TikTok, which is not even statistically
serious?
possible, right? For such a large creator to have no engagement on videos posted for hours. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like TikTok is officially dead, cooked, fried, nuked. Thoughts and opinions down below. What do you think about this?
Yeah, brain rot?
Looks like TikTokers might be forced to be switching platforms real soon.
That's crazy. Anyway, let's go. What's next on the video? Let me see. What's the next video? Now a dribble rushing to defend high guard. I don't care for high guard. Did they? What did they say? Did they tell you what was the issue for? I doubt it. I doubt it. If they're not gonna tell you anything really on TikTok, then
you cookie bean. I'm so sorry.
So this is from Darth Vader. It says huge streamer is in denial of her career is over. This was 2 hours ago. This was posted 2 hours ago. I'm not really sure what Pokimane did or said, but you know she's always have the best hot takes, if you get what I'm saying. So let's see.
If I ever was a billionaire, I wouldn't be a billionaire for more than a day. I would give away most of my money.
No, she would not. You lying. There you go. Let her speak, and the mountains will move and crumble. What? No. 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 She just said that. Pokimane, the millionaire, would give her money away if she was a billionaire. She's lying. She's lying. The same person who says you're a broke boy because you won't buy her cookies will be the same person who will give her money away if she was a billionaire? That don't make sense. That don't make no sense. Look at this dude. He's like, what? Bro's like, what? Look at his face. He's like, what? He hit it there. That's crazy. Look at his face. He's like, bro, did she really just utter those words out of her annoying mouth? Are you serious? Hey, what's up, bro?
Then give your money, motherfucker. What you waiting for? Oh, but don't worry, guys. If she was a billionaire,
yes, she's a millionaire. She's a multi-millionaire.
$10 million in her bank account, and to this very day, she hasn't given most of her money away. But don't worry, guys. If she hits that magic $1 billion number in her bank account, surely that's when she's gonna give most of her money away. Twitch streamer Pokimane has been trying to convince all of us that she's a man of the people, a woman of the people, when in reality, she's nothing but a butt for the people. The reason as to why you haven't heard about Pokimane for such a long time is because she's been on this huge hiatus from streaming, where she went from streaming pretty much every single day to streaming once in a blue moon. But unfortunately for all of us, she recently came back to streaming, and ever since she came back, she's been on this, well, I'm gonna be honest here, she's been on this embarrassing attempt at rebranding her image into this caring influencer who cares about the meek and the middle class. For example, on her latest stream, she was non-consensually preaching to all of her viewers about how people are so self-centered nowadays. And according to Pokimane, our society has collectively become so self-absorbed, so selfish, that all we can think about is money, instead of focusing on what truly matters, guys. Family and friends.
Fortunately, we live in such a self-centered, capitalistic society. And it sucks because it trains us to prioritize work and money above all else, even friendships, even being there for other people. And then, again, it creates this culture where people are like, oh, I don't want to bother them. They're probably busy.
Wow, Pokimane, I really wonder why people are starting to care exponentially more about money nowadays. Surely it's not because the economy is in the gutter. Surely it's not because the job market is doing extremely poorly nowadays that you'll hear all these stories about people who just got their degrees in computer science struggling to find a job because mega corporations have decided to replace useless humans with definitely reliable AI, which definitely doesn't make dystopian and unacceptable mistakes. And surely it's not because the price of groceries have gone up exponentially, whereas the wages for most people have not gone up to keep up with these new prices. But I really wonder why the average Joe is forced to care about money more than ever nowadays. But don't worry, guys, we're all wrong and Pokimane's right, and she's definitely not giving a rich, out of touch take.
Oh, I've heard so many people discuss this, in order to have a village, you need to be a villager. I think that's really true. Like,
I hate people who say things like this. Oh my God, they're the worst individuals who say that. It takes someone a village to raise a child or some stupidness. Whenever they say things like this, I know you're mentally ill too. Stop saying this. Oh my God, I hate it when they say this. It's usually the most people who say this is usually crazy. Most people who said that whole villager and then it takes a village to raise a child, all that stupidness, is usually insane individuals who don't know what that actually means. And a belt. Yep.
Look up. You're not a villager, bro. You're the noble. You're the fat noble who's eating all those grapes inside of that castle while all the villagers are starving. Who is she even trying to convince?
Unfortunately,
right?
we live in such a self-centered...
Self-centered? Bitch, didn't you marry yourself? She literally bought like a $12,000 ring. Yeah, I remember just a few months ago, she literally bought herself a $12,000 Bugatti ring, Bulgari ring. Well, that's when you know I'm too broke to understand what that brand is. And she made that whole cringe video where she was pretty much like, I don't need a man. I'm gonna marry myself because I love myself.
That is the most dumbest feminist thing you can ever do. Dumbest waste of time and money you can ever do.
An engagement ring for myself.
You're better off just putting a tattoo on
Okay,
your
but you
arm.
guys told me to. A ring at Bulgari that I just fell in love with. It felt like way too much to get for myself, but then the more I thought about it, I was like, I hope someday I actually get engaged. The person that you are engaged to the most in your entire lifetime is your damn self. So why shouldn't I get this ring for my damn self?
Stupid woman take. Actually, just a stupid rich person take.
You know the random burning.
There's a reason why a lot of men are not doing this. And there's a reason a lot of gay men are not doing this. There's a reason why a lot of men are not doing things like this. It's just like, man, I'll marry myself. That's self-love, self-narcissism.
Your head that you get like at random times. Yo, I genuinely feel like one of my brain cells just committed Sudoku. Because what kind of cringe fest did we just watch? I might have some news for you, Hokimane. You're the definition of self-centered.
So, this is me proposing to myself.
There's a reason why I never watched this video despite hearing about it. It's just so cringe, but also, I'm gonna be honest here, it's just sad. But I really love the fact how she's out there preaching about how she would give all of her money away if she was a billionaire, about how people care too much about money, how people are too self-centered nowadays. When she's literally out there spending $12,000 on a stupid ring, and then she's doing this stupid video where she's desperately trying to convince us that she's not mentally ill, and that she's definitely not in the head for being engaged to herself. Even though no one's buying this BS.
And it sucks because it trains us to prioritize work and money above all else.
Hokimane has been LARPing as a member of the middle class and has been desperate to convince us with this desperate back at rebranding herself that she's the female Robin Hood and that she's a woman of the people and that she would definitely give all of her money away if she was a billionaire, even though she's literally sitting on tens of millions of dollars doing cringe stuff like this.
Are you serious? This horrible individual. What the hell? Look at this! Look at... Bro! Bro! Hold on.
It's dookies, even if this is why nothing not cooked. I genuinely feel like I might have some news for you, random bird.
Is your name
nowadays? Or been there, even though she's
yes, this is the person who's gonna give her money away when she's a billionaire. Look at this and think to yourself, will she ever give $10 to a homeless man? Hell no. Yes, right? Remember, she called every dude a broke boy because she won't buy her horrible cookies. Her horrible dog dookie cookies, bro. Like, what? What? What the hell? Anyone who's sending money to this woman, you are mentally ill as well. I'm dead serious. Especially if she talk crazy about y'all. You are mentally ill if you actually think this is okay to give this woman money. She's already a millionaire.
This is the same grifter preaching to not be self-centered and to not worship money, even though that's exactly what she does. But we're all expected to believe that she would give most of her money away to the needy if she were to hit the magical $1 billion number, even though she wasted $12,000 buying a Bugatti ring, marrying herself like a schizo mentally ill patient.
I still don't know why people think this woman's that pretty. She is not pretty. She is like low as average as best. She is not that pretty. From a scale of 1 to 10, she's like a 5. Actually, probably 4.5. She is not that pretty as dudes make her out to be.
And even though she's out there wasting tens of thousands of dollars on Cartier luxury items and flexing it on social media, I sincerely believe this is why no one takes Hokimane seriously in 2026. She's literally the definition of a rage quit machine who preaches to people and yet doesn't practice anything she preaches. You want to know what this whole hypocritical grit of hers reminds me of? It reminds me of how a few months ago she tried to do the whole eat the rich take in order to, I guess, be relatable to the middle class.
The wealth disparity's getting bad.
The wage gap, I hate that shit.
She is just normal looking.
Wealth disparity.
Wealth disparity.
Men and women, we love each other.
Thanks.
And we hate the rich. Anyway.
Bro, look at bro's face. Look at bro's face. Wait, what? Bro. Bro, that is a Hassan take. Bro, that is a Hassan Piker take. Bro. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. Who's gonna tell it, right? That's a Hassan Piker take. Oh my gosh. I won't be surprised. Aren't they friends? Ain't she friends with Hassan? I'm pretty sure they are. They'd be on that same level.
Too much.
Aren't you the rich?
Aren't you the rich?
No, I'm not the rich. Oh no, ignore all those 50 bags of Cartier. Ignore that whole bouquet of money. Hey, ignore that $12,000 ring that I was flexing on social media. No, guys. I'm a brokey just like all of you, okay? And we're all in this together. Aren't you the rich?
No.
What I absolutely love about this clip is that you can just...
When she said no, what's wrong?
She knew she got cooked when she got called out for grifting and there was nothing she could say.
Fortunately, we live in such a self-centered capitalistic society.
But on her latest stream, she also goes ahead and talks about how capitalism is evil, is horrible, even though she literally got rich off capitalism. And she's even exploited capitalism to make even more money than she already had when she launched that overpriced bag of cookies product of hers. And honestly, I don't even know why I'm calling them a bag of cookies. I should be calling them a bag of dookies. Because when this person was gifted a box of those dookies, he had time to roast the poor quality of those cookies despite their high price.
Okay. So I think that might be styrofoam. Look at it. Look at that. You see that? Look at this. It's not the same thing. It doesn't have the white dots on it as much.
You know it's cooked when even the homeless are roasting your dookies. But back in 2023, Hokimane launched this new product of cookies, and she was selling them for $28 for a pack of 4. Just for people to later find out that Hokimane's cookies were a copy-paste of another brand of cookies that were selling for $10 for 14 ounces. Whereas with Hokimane, you were getting 16 ounces. Ooh, for $28. If that's the very definition of capitalism at its finest, I don't know what is. But it gets even better, guys, because let's remember the classic clip when people went on Hokimane's chat and told her, hey, I don't think I've got $28 for your box of dookies. This is what the female Robin Hood, the woman of the people, had to say.
Like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
We hate the rich boys, and you know what? I'm gonna spread awareness about this disgusting, horrible wealth disparity, and I'm gonna preach about how people need to stop worshipping money. Oh wait, you don't have $28 for my box of dookies? Ugh, get away from me, you freak! Go up yourself, brokey! Once again, the reason as to why nobody has any respect for this pretentious, narcissistic, stuck-up... I'm not gonna say the word here. Is because of how she's literally the grandmaster challenger of virtue signaling, where she literally preaches one thing to look relatable to the masses, but then again, she fails miserably at doing so, because this rich person is so out of touch with reality that she fails to realize that the whole, oh guys, we need to stop focusing on worshipping money, on focusing on money. We need to start focusing instead on family and friends. It doesn't work right now when the economy is literally in the gutter for the middle class and the poor. But she does all of that virtue signaling, all of that moral grandstanding BS, just to do the complete opposite.
Compromise my morals and ethics for more money when I have money. Something about that is so cringe.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Ah, the ramblings of a mentally ill woman is insane. Damn! Shut up! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm about to do a brutal special.
Subscribe if you still wouldn't buy Hokimane's dookies, even if you were a billionaire.
He used to be human. One like equals one dookie.
Twitch Twitch streamer Lucari, who nowadays is better known as Dr. Epsincari, just issued a response concerning his incident from a few days ago, where he accidentally revealed live on stream his forbidden Club Penguin stash. And by Club Penguin stash, I'm not only referring to a link that he had saved on his PC, but also access on his web browser, which contained a plethora of disgusting and horrifying content ranging from...
Alright, so I didn't say it, but this is from Dark Vader, same guy here. Huge CP streamer just responded to the worst way possible. This was 4 days ago. I think we did this video, but I don't remember. You guys tell me.
Ninja Turtles doing sus stuff with animals. And according to degenerates who actually dug deep inside of that link that Epsincari accidentally leaked live on stream, there was also a video file name titled Clash Royale Miner's Very First Time.
Is this list of files and Whoa!
Oh, wait, I think we've seen this video.
Oh, bro! Oh, this is like a
No. This is we've seen this because I already made fun of what's his name? Destiny for being a hypocrite because he did the same something similar. Not the same outcome of how Lucari did it, but he was caught with some insane stuff too. So I'm not even gonna bother with this. It says disgusting Shay situation. I don't know who that is, but it's from Dark Vader. Fader, sorry, with an F, not Vader, with a V.
Popular Undertale YouTuber who wasn't satisfied with the genocide route within the game. So they opted to go for the Diddy route instead. That's right. We're talking about one of the most popular Undertale/Deltarune YouTubers who literally got a 250-page document dropped against them with over 20 victims that came forward with their own testimonies against this YouTuber creep. Don't get it twisted. We're not talking about a random Me Too statement where he said this, she said this, just for people to later find out that the person accused was innocent all along. Let's be real, guys. When you get a lengthy document with statements coming from over 20 victims, many of them being Clash Royale minors, by the way, don't get it twisted. I don't even think this document classifies as a Me Too statement at this point. Bruh, this is an us-too statement with actual receipts, which is the most important part. In fact, the evidence was so overwhelming that the Undertale freak YouTuber eventually came forward and admitted to everything to one of the victims. I mean, if you look at the left side of my screen, I'm pretty sure those are the names or usernames of the actual victims recounting their personal horrible and disgusting experiences with this Shay YouTuber creep. I mean, are they all the names of the victims? Because I'm seeing CI over here, which is an acronym for Nut Eating Instructions. Replace the nut with the C word. Oh yeah, okay, so it is all the names of the actual victims. Okay, don't ask me how I know about the CI acronym. I mean, to be fair, initially I thought that CI was like one of the allegations, which would have been horrible. But how did this all begin? How did YouTuber Shape manage to take advantage, exploit, and break the trust of more than a dozen impressionable teenagers? Okay. Let me be clear, we're dealing with a classic case of an antisocial.
See, this is why I don't play these type of games anymore. Because when you play these type of games, you bring a certain audience to your stream. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but be very aware of the things that you stream because, like, it brings a certain personality or a certain age group of individuals. So, like, this is why a lot of people ask me, are you ever gonna play FNAF? And I say no, I'm not gonna play nothing FNAF related like that, if ever, or if rarely, because when I used to play on my old account, way back when, before I started Artextric, I noticed when I played Five Nights 1, 2, 3, and 4, because it came out with the Xbox edition where it came with all 4 at once. I didn't buy them separately. I had them all free at once from the Xbox membership thing. And when I was streaming it playing on the Xbox onto Twitch, I had a lot of people watch me, but the problem is like, all of them was stupid kids. Like, and I say stupid in the sense of not because they're kids, but they'll say insane things or like act very insane stuff or like they would want to know how much knowledge you knew of the lore of like FNAF per se, even if you wasn't even caring about that, because I blame Matt Pat for this for a degree. I can't really blame him, but I blame him at the same time. But like because of this, a lot of kids have this wanting to know how much you're down with the whole FNAFdom. And when you're not really down with it and you're just playing the game, some of them take that as pretty seriously. Like, you shouldn't play this game if you don't know the lore. At this time, I was like, in my 20, 21, 22, playing this game at the time. So it was like kind of crazy how, who's the damn door? What is he? Oh my god. Oh, hold on. So like it brings a certain like personality of kids, and I noticed it was just mainly kids. It was never no one my age, so I just stopped playing it because I was like, nah, I don't want to play this and have like nothing but kids in here, because I don't want an audience of kids. I want people my age, because that's gonna get really annoying. Because you can't have any real conversations about anything about life because they're not going to relate or they're not going to care because, well, they're kids. They're on that free life subscription for 18 years type plan. Close the door. Anyway, so like it's like that pretty much. So it's insane. So I decided nah, and that went with Undertale as well. Undertale, anything that came out in 2015, like or 2013. I think FNAF came out in 2013. I think Undertale came out like 2 or 3 years later. Anything within that era, a lot of kids just play. This is why I don't even play Minecraft Plus, because I don't even like Minecraft, and it just brings nothing but kids. I know adults play it too. I'm not playing stupid or Roblox, but nah, just not for me. Nah.
Was most likely the reject of their school, and through sheer luck managed to grow an audience on YouTube by capitalizing off the hype of Undertale, one of the most genre-defining games, and I'd personally argue it was the game that popularized the appeal of indie games and showed the people that smaller budget games can be infinitely better than AAA big studio slop. But when Undertale released, it exploded in popularity and garnered mass appeal from the youth, namely kids and impressionable teenagers. In fact, to this very day, a huge chunk on the Undertale fandom is still composed of Clash Royale minors. Now, with your critical thinking skills, you can probably see where I'm going with this. This is where YouTuber Shade enters the picture.
But I mean, what if we just got really lucky?
Through sheer luck, YouTuber Shade was able to garner more than 470,000 subscribers by capitalizing off the popularity of Undertale.
Let me see.
Now, you might be wondering, why am I doing the ASUS pet face right now? Well, just wait a few more seconds because you're about to do the ASUS pet face as well. But essentially, Shay hit the jackpot. Not in the sense that they made a lot of money from the hundreds of thousands of subscribers that they garnered, but in the sense that they attracted a lot of kids, of impressionable Clash Royale minors to their channel. And as we're going to see very soon as we explore the ASUS document, the attention from Clash Royale minors was way more valuable to Shay than any amount of money in the world. Now, the video that would kickstart Shay's YouTube career would be one that you would upload in 2021 titled Undertale Speedrun, but I have Dream Lock. But the reason as to why I bring this video up is because not only is this literally the first video of shit that would literally go viral in and kickstart his YouTube career, but if you go to the actual video itself and you go to the 30-second mark, you're gonna see some crazy amount of foreshadowing.
What?
Prior to him publicly admitting that this was the case, there had been a great deal of drama and controversy surrounding the issue, since there was no definitive...
So, not only do we literally have shit literally discuss the controversy surrounding Dream at the time, but you're gonna see this number 262 on the B-shot of one of Dream's video, I'm assuming, but that number 262 is literally the same amount of pages the Me Too statement against them is. You can't make this up, bro. This is some Vince Gilligan amount of foreshadowing right there. I mean...
Wait, he has two... What? Yeah, but when it comes to women, it's never as serious as a man. Like, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but I'm saying, like, it's never as seen as horrifically, like, okay, let's put it this way. A bunch of dudes will harass a man all day, every day, and even try to confront that dude and beat him up if they heard that he did something or show some form of evidence that he did something. If the other way was around with a chick, they'll make fun of her, whatever the case may be, but they're not going to actually go see her to do her anything. Not in the slightest. If anything, they'll be jealous of those individuals of why they didn't pick them to be their phantoms. It's just the wildest thing.
You know what they say, reality is sometimes more surprising than even fiction. But to give you an idea as to how cooked this YouTuber is, here's a community post from them from 3 weeks ago where they're celebrating a subscriber milestone. So let's read it. Hold on, I'm trying to do the PDF file, the groomer PDF file voice. Well, the alleged PDF file voice, so... We just hit 470,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much. 500,000 subscribers doesn't seem so distant now. 500,000. I never could have dreamed of this. Now, this is where you're gonna want to hold your ASUS pet face, but if we scroll up,
okay,
you're gonna notice that there's approximately 110K subscribers missing from that milestone.
Okay.
So later, my man.
Okay, wait, so...
Shade is bad with numbers, or something happened for those 110k subscribers to dip? Well, as we can clearly see, something definitely happened. Now, if you'll remember, I did call Shay a mentally ill freak earlier, but I do want to clarify that statement and reassure you that I wasn't just insulting Shay there. No, I was also saying the cold hard truth. Because here's an excerpt from the US2 document regarding Shay, where one of the many victims of his, who decided to stay anonymous for understandable reasons, decided to come forward to recount their personal experiences where they saw Shay firsthand in real life acting like a degenerate freak. Now, I will be paraphrasing a lot here because I personally don't believe in just making a video where 90% of the time is spent me reading this whole document, right? Like that's, well, I'm gonna be honest here, but I genuinely feel like most people who click on this video...
Why do you write a document when you can just go to... If you're gonna put the work, putting a whole document of someone doing something, take that document and send it to the police. Why are you willing to put a document for crazy people to see who's going to make their speculations and probably do something insane compared to give it to the police? I don't think you're serious when you write a whole document. I think you're mentally ill too when you make a whole document to post on the internet for people to find just for you not to send it to the police? What? I don't understand.
Want to know more about the situation, they don't want to fucking read a 260-page document.
Who does that?
Because I did, and my
most of you don't want to write a paragraph for your own homework, but you guys will write a whole 100,000 document. That is insane. That is insane. Like, if you're gonna post it up, post it to the police first. Like, Jesus. Because what's going to happen when you got to take this person to court, they'll be like, why did you not send this to the police? They're going to question all of that.
And to hopefully show you that, in my honest opinion, Shay is a clear danger to collateral minors and should be put behind bars. Before we discuss the creepy allegation that this anonymous victim has brought forward against Shay, let me give some context as to who this anonymous person is in the first place. So, back in 2020, they were just a 17-year-old person who just loved Undertale, and not only Undertale, but also Shay's content about Undertale. In fact, they would describe themselves as a fangirl of Shay's, which is actually a huge mistake that I see a lot of collateral minors make. I mean, if you're a minor watching this video, here's a little advice that's going to decrease your chances of being by at least 100%. Never, ever idolize or look up to any YouTuber, any streamer, any influencer, celebrities, because, well, I'm gonna say something that's the equivalent of saying that Santa Claus doesn't exist, but what you see on camera is not reality, okay? Because 90% of streamers, YouTubers, celebrities
are just performative.
Well, they're mentally ill and they're either narcissistic pieces of crap, like Jack Doherty or Hassan, who literally went full electro wizard on his dog, but still has an audience somehow. Or they're out there selling a persona that's not a reflection of who they are in reality. I mean, take Dr. Chris Respect, for example. Remember when everyone thought he was just a chill guy who was just showing up in Mr. B's videos and minding his own business? Just for him to later get exposed for literally sending sus pictures on Discord to Clash Royale minors. And not only that, but he also get exposed for literally busting a peanut to pictures of 13 enemy characters. So like I said, bro, never look up to any YouTubers, streamers, or you're setting yourself up for disappointment. I mean, the same goes for me as well. I mean, I know I give off huge Giga Chad, huge wholesome, handsome, I've got 50 girlfriends, I clap your mother's energy, but... Okay, that last part is true, but anyway, what I was saying is that you don't know how I am in real life. I mean, for all you know, when I turn up the camera, I'm probably gonna go watch a 4K 60 FPS sus animation of 2B. You don't know that. You don't want to know that. But being a huge fan girl of Shay's, they eventually decided to join Shay's Discord server.
Thank you, Sadboy, for the gift. I appreciate it, my dude.
So they decided to draw some fan art and send it to Shay's Discord server, which actually prompted Shay himself to personally DM them.
Yeah, he destroyed his son's life and his wife's life. Wasted his wife's life and then destroyed his son's life in one swoop. Just because... And I heard that he was getting paid for doing all that insane stuff. Like, for a bag. He did that low-key for a bag.
Fan arts. But that is when things started to get creepy. Because even though the fan had made it very clear
that his whole everything for a bag.
Shay from, talking about sus topics in the DMs. These DMs range from random memes to ranting about stupid people on Twitter, but for some reason, they often had something to do with sus topics. Shay's conversations that led to sus topics often were sparked by something completely innocent, such as March 26th, they DM'd me about sussy hypnosis. And when I didn't understand what they were saying, they proceeded to explain the joke. Okay, that's Shay talking now, so let me get my alleged PDF file voice ready. I just made the assumption everyone's a degen. I found out through a YouTube video that some people have a food dish for something called sissy hypnosis.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck that is. And I don't want to know either. Yo, smash like and subscribe if you also don't want to know whatever the fuck that is.
Yep.
Bruh, something called sissy hypnosis. And I think it's hilarious. No, it's not hilarious. It's mental illness. Bro, I don't need to know what sissy hypnosis is to know that it's something that only people with a mental debuff in the head are into. Yo, I'm gonna be honest, even though I have no idea what
I'm not sure what that is either.
hypnosis is, I'll tell you something I know. I know for a fact that someone in their mid-20s should not be discussing whatever the sus, weird kink that is with a 17-year-old Clash Royale minor. But don't worry, because it gets even better. These deranged and creepy conversations that Shay kept initiating with this Clash Royale minor, like the sussy Becca hypnosis shit, that unfortunately wouldn't be the only instance of Shay acting like a total creep that this anonymous person would witness. Now, Shay and the 17-year-old kept texting one another and grew closer as time went on. Now, I already know some of you guys are gonna be like, what? Why didn't the 17-year-old just cut contact with Shay? I mean, after seeing those sussy hypnosis creepy texts. Well, that's, of course, like in hindsight, sure, you're right, but we have to understand and put ourselves in the 17-year-old's shoes for a second and understand that as an impressionable teenager who's finally texting their favorite YouTuber ever, like, wow, there's no way my favorite YouTuber would turn out to be a pedophile or a creep. That would age poorly, of course, but we have to understand that this is how happens, right? Like, a lot of teenagers, a lot of kids, they think that what's happening with an adult that's interacting with them is normal, when in reality it's not normal at all. So I believe it's understandable to see why this Clash Royale didn't cut contact immediately with Shay after that sussy hypnosis BS. But 2 years later, the anonymous person now over 18 and Shay decide to meet up in real life and go to a speedrunning GDQ convention. But they got together with 3 other people, one of them being a 16-year-old kid. Now they all decided to stay at a hotel together. But what happened there personally convinced me that Shay is not like us. Because one day, while they were staying together, they all decided to go to the hotel hot tub, and when they came back, just like any normal human beings do, they decided to change out of their swimsuits one by one in the bathroom. Except for Shay, who thought it would be an amazing idea to change in the living room. And yup, as you can probably guess, everybody, including the iPhone 16 kid, had the privilege of seeing this weirdo's butt crack. The anonymous person even drew a diagram to depict what happened, and I do want to make it clear, but when Shay decided to change in the living room, the bathroom was actually empty. But instead of changing there like a normal human being, they decided to change in the living room. Would a normal, well-adjusted adult in their mid-20s do that? No, of course not. You want to know who would change in the living room knowing that there's a 16-year-old kid living with them? A potential diddler. A mentally ill freak to be exact, who's got no filter around Clash Royale much, and who most definitely enjoys acting sus around teenagers. But when the whole squad called this creep out and told him, yo bro, we did not sign up for this Shay freak-off over here. Like, why are you showing us your hairy butt crack? We didn't want to see that, especially not this iPhone 16 kid who's with us. You want to know what this weirdo did? Well, he obviously didn't apologize. Shay, instead of apologizing for changing in front of everyone, claimed it was everyone else's fault for turning around when they said not to. Because that's right, guys, Shay did say, don't look, while changing in her living room. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if the special kid goes in the back of the class and tries to take a fat dookie and then screams out of nowhere, don't look, guys! What do you think's gonna happen? Well, obviously everyone's gonna look, and they're gonna see the special kid take a shit, and everyone's gonna be traumatized, and then the kid hopefully is gonna get expelled, get put on a list, and hopefully get deported to the nearest mental institution.
Screaming.
If someone says, don't look, out of nowhere, obviously everyone's gonna look. If you really didn't want people to look, you would have changed in the empty bathroom, away from the iPhone 16. But this pattern of never taking responsibility, of always acting like a professional victim, from what I've seen, it's a set of behavior that would happen to many of the victims whenever Shay would get caught doing something deranged. For example, 3 years later, the anonymous person decided to give their favorite YouTuber a third chance, and they decided to meet up once more in real life to go to the 2025 GDQ convention. Now, I'm gonna be honest here, but for
where is your parents? No one's asking this. Where's your parents at? Remember, this person's 16 or 17. Where is your parents? No one's asking this question. Where are their parents? How are you able to get this much freedom and just do all this with this one strange grown man? What's happening here? Is no one asking this question?
Personally,
I think the parents should be charged for this. This is wild. Where's the
Who
parents?
is. You can be my best friend, but if you show me your hairy
What the hell?
without my consent, we're not friends no more. Smash like and subscribe.
Like, that's a lot.
So just like before,
That's
they
a
were staying
lot.
at the hotel.
To not only have conversation with this individual, but to meet up with them and be in the same hotel with them and then change with them into the hot tub with them, seeing them naked and then doing it again. Bro, where's your parents? What the hell? This is weird. This is insane.
But this time with different
What
people.
the hell?
But this following incident would only involve the anonymous person and Shay. Shay and I were laying in a spare bed next to
This
each
is
other. I
crazy,
was doom
dude.
scrolling on TikTok while Shay started to inch closer to me. I inched away, wanting my personal space. I was rarely okay with platonic cuddles, and especially so as I had a partner at this point. Shay continued to move closer and closer anytime I moved further. Trying to stay calm and keep my composure, and while nearly falling off the bed, I turned my back to Shay. As a sort of non-verbal, bro, I want my space. I didn't want to speak up and cause a scene. Turning my back to them was instead seen as an invitation of some sort because Shay then curled up behind me, spooning me.
Yeah,
make
cons
this
are
even
really
worse-
expensive. Like, first you gotta get the ticket, then you have to go to the trip, pay gas, and then also, if you want to buy stuff, that's gonna be overpriced for, like, no reason. Then they went to a hotel, which is gonna be expensive on its own by itself, depending on how many people are gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if they bought food too, which they probably did, this is a lot of money being used. So where is the parents, dude?
I could
Who's
feel the
flipping
mini pekka
this
on
bill?
my leg. Yeah, like I said earlier, guys, I wasn't kidding one bit when I said that this mentally ill freak is a danger to society, and he needs to be locked up. Throw the key inside of my cheeks or something, bruh. Don't let him out.
What?
I think we've come to a point where we can all agree that this Shay degenerate not only
Said throw
exudes
the
strong diddler energy,
throw
I
the
mean,
keys
with the
in my
way he
cheeks? What the
texts
hell?
Clash Royale minors and the way he conducts himself around Clash Royale minors, but I think it's quite clear now that it's not only the kids who aren't safe around him, bro. Nobody is safe around this freak, because he's going after everybody without their consent. When the anonymous victim called Shay out, this is what happened. After a minute or two, I got my bearings and got up and decided I had no choice but to make a scene, loudly asserting I wanted personal space. Shay was confused. They saw nothing wrong with what was happening. I immediately felt that it was my fault that this happened to me. Now that's the classic diddler guilt-tripping strat, guys. Don't get it twisted. Shay knew what they were doing, 1,000,000%, okay? They weren't confused. That's the classic guilt-tripping manipulation tactic. You see it all the time with narcissistic sociopaths. Now the reason as to why I'm saying that this Shay creep is a narcissistic scumbag is because of an earlier incident that happened in the first GDQ meeting where the living room incident happened with Shay being naked and all. When buying a room at the hotel, we had agreed that we would be buying a room with 2 queen beds, Shay and Star sharing one and Pleb and I sharing the other. Shay changed these arrangements right before buying the room. They didn't say anything about it until after they bought the room. Instead of having 2 beds, they bought a room with a single king-size bed for them and Star, saying Pleb and I could share the pull-out couch. But don't worry, guys, because when the anonymous victim asked if they could at least rotate beds, or at the very least sleep on the king-size bed whenever Shay would go outside with Star, they were told no. I mean, if cutting your 2 supposed friends out of their own bed and making them sleep on that scuffed couch just to be able to sleep on a king-size bed and then refusing to let them sleep when you're not even there, if that doesn't scream
wait, hold
narcissistic
on.
piece of crap, I don't know what.
I said, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting to the disappointing humanity that you could tell me anything. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I understand that humanity's crap, but don't do that. That's how people get caught up easily. I would not, like, regardless if it sounds heinous or not, you need to have some form of evidence. The only reason why I'm watching is because he has some form of evidence that he's showing. But if you do that, you can put people in jail for no reason. Remember, a girl said she was raped. Yeah, but, like, you have to put it this way, people lie too. Because remember, no matter what situation you're in, people can lie, and they can use those lies to make someone look horrible. So, for instance, a girl in, I forgot, was it Missouri? Was it Missouri or Texas? I don't remember. But, like, she claimed that she was raped by most of the football team in her school. And it turned out that not only that she was lying, but she only did it because she was not supposed to be at a party. And she blamed the whole, like, 6 out of the 10 or 6. Yeah, you need evidence because, like, 6 out of the 10 was convicted of some form of, like, raping situation. And then it found out on the stands that she lied. But those same boys who got accused of the thing that she did, which was funny because those boys wasn't even at the party that she claimed that she was getting raped at. None of them was at that party. She just said the football team, and she just pointed out anyone that she thought of. Yeah, they wasn't even at the party. That was the craziest part. And then they lost their spot. They lost their potential going to university. They lost their scholarship. And to this day, even when they said she was lying, and she admitted that she was lying, and she said she only did it because she didn't want to get in trouble with her father. She didn't lose anything. She didn't go to jail. She didn't get a felony. She didn't lose anything at all. At all. She didn't lose anything. But those same boys still can't go to school, and they're still called a bunch of names and being harassed and threatened every day for the rest of their lives. Remember, they was between the ages of like what, 17 to like what, 8, 19? I think most of them, because I think a few of them was seniors and freshmen. I mean, sophomores or juniors or something. I think it was juniors and seniors. But like, that's how horrible it was. She didn't lose anything. She still was able to go to school. She got her scholarships. She was able to go with her life, and she was not harassed in the slightest. So that's crazy.
Now you might be wondering, why did I spend so much time on one testimony out of 20 instead of coming up with
I think the wildest part is the ones who got in trouble was not even at the party. They were not even at the party at all that she claimed. And they still got convicted. The schools did not reimburse them. The schools did not give back their scholarships. They didn't do anything for them. They stayed on the decision on not even reversing at all. Once they was convicted, or once they got in trouble, even though it was under false allegations, gone. Lives gone. They can't go to university because that's going to follow them on their record. Even if, I wonder if they got that expunged. I don't think they did. No, they had to get it expunged. I don't remember.
30-second ChatGPT summary for every single one of those testimonies. Well, I sincerely believe that every single one of those statements are equally important, and they all equally do a great job at showcasing Shay's true character, which is the complete opposite of his fake perceived wholesome persona that he would show online to his impressionable fans who would buy into it.
Do you know, I have been mortified of the day I would be trending on Twitter. Fucking terrified of that. Thinking like, oh god, somebody's written up some fucking fake-ass Google Doc on me to try to get me canceled or whatever.
You just know at that point, even that fell abortion knew that it was only a matter of time before you would get exposed. I mean, when you've got more than 20 victims, it's only a matter of time before someone talks. And thankfully, everyone did. And now, Shay's audience full of high schoolers that Shay loves very much so, by the way. And with everything that we know now, that's definitely not creepy. Nah, as a matter of fact, this is a creepy tweet no matter what. Even if you never got exposed for being a diddler mentally ill freak. I mean, look at this. My audience has a large amount of high schoolers, and I can confirm this is accurate, and I love them, and wouldn't have it any other way. Like, what? Yo, this is just weird. My bad, but I'm just gonna say it. If your favorite YouTuber tweets something like this, just know that their chances of turning out to be a diddler are automatically increased by at least 500%. But in case any of you still has your doubts about whether or not Shay is an actual monster, let's go to another victim statement. But this time, we have actual receipts. Chat logs. Now, this is a victim by the name of Ray who had the misfortune of seeing Shay's degeneracy in action. This time, I'm just gonna let the receipts do the talking. Isn't life so much better when I choose your pronouns and gender? Your pronouns are mine. What? I hope you don't mind. I added it's to my pronouns last night. Go ahead and change your pronouns too. After all, it's better if I'm in control of that, right? Okay. What are you waiting for? Change your pronouns. What the fuck? What kind of is that? Yo, I've heard about drinking your girlfriend's forbidden apple juice. I've heard of eating your girlfriend's chocolate ice cream. But this? All of this? This is illness.
It really depends on the conversation. Yeah, I can get what you're saying. Like, if you're talking about something serious and the person starts using emojis, it really depends on what the conversation is about. But if you're like, say for instance, you're having an argument with someone and they start using emojis unironically using them, I can't speak today, using them in the conversation when it's something serious, they're probably not taking what you're saying serious. Yeah, they usually do that. So.
Honest, you just know this Shay guy is gooning to Dragon Age Vanguard.
Actually, Tosh uses them for themselves now.
They asked us to let folks know, so now you do.
Like, tell me this is not mental illness. Yo, If you're one of Shay's parents watching this video right now, and you're worried about your son going homeless because of how clearly his YouTube career is over, hey, don't worry, bruh. Because if you send this screenshot to the nearest government office in your city, I guarantee you your son's gonna be eligible for some free disability check. After reading these cursed DMs, I'm actually scared to search whether or not this Shay freak has pronouns. Because, I'm not gonna lie, but I don't want to help him, goon. After reading this, it feels like he's got something sus going on with pronouns. I'm just gonna hope that his pronouns are he, him, and I'm gonna plead ignorance. I'm sure the LGBTQ plus community will understand where I'm coming from here. I'm not helping this free goon. But now I think it's extremely important to talk about Shay's perceived character.
Shay was definitely like one of the most well-known people in the community for Undertale Indulgent content, especially since they interacted with the community a lot.
Shay meant a lot to me as a person, and I'm not saying this to justify their actions. They're a fucking monster.
I hope you get the help you need and that you're all right, but I never want to hear or see you ever again.
I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding here. We're not talking about a random nobody YouTuber who just got exposed for being a diddler here, because, let's be honest, but there are a dime a dozen, unfortunately, nowadays. But no, we're talking about arguably the #1 Undertale YouTuber, about the face of Undertale. Think Laserbeam or Nikki of Fortnite. As we just saw with the 3 clips that I played, Shay was honestly beloved by pretty much everyone. And I do want to make it clear before I get canceled for something I didn't do. No, I didn't just say the N-word out of nowhere. I am like, Nikki is literally a Fortnite YouTuber, okay? Like, I just had to make it clear because I saw some YouTubers in the past getting canceled for literally saying the name of that YouTuber, and I don't want that to happen to me. I would never say the N-word. On camera. But the reason that's why Shay was beloved by everyone
Okay, that was good. On camera, you're right.
Space, cozy, chill place for Undertale enjoyers to hang out in. And not only was he entertaining as a streamer, but he also came up to people as a wholesome, accepting person who also loved to do moral grandstanding. That's right, Shay would partake in multiple cancel campaigns against YouTubers that he deemed to be creeps. For example, there's this YouTuber Merg who was on the receiving end of an attack, of a cancel attempt, and Shay was one of the people who tried to cancel him because he was playing a mod for Undertale, where the protagonist of Undertale was now an adult. And when Merg uploaded his video about the mod, he had the audacity of harding comments of people saying that the adult version of the main character of Undertale was hot, which prompted Shay to be like, look, Merg, he's a creep who loves children.
Let me summarize the drama for you. I played an Undertale fan game. It was about an AU where one of the many changes was Kara being replaced by their adult version. When I uploaded the video, there were some comments making jokes about the design.
You mean you've been watching
That's
Mushishi?
it. So as you may have guessed,
okay,
one of the
also
people
random,
got involved
I'm mega
was
fan of
Shay.
Yoshi.
Who would have thought that the person moral grandstanding, the person fueling hate campaigns, cancel campaigns against YouTubers that he deemed to be creeps, would turn out to be the creep? But I guess the moral of the story is, never change in the living room. Smash like and subscribe if you would never take the Diddy grave route.
Okay, no more of this. We're gonna get something a lot more lively. Something that's less about that stuff. Anyway, let's see. Let's find something fun. Japan has to fix anime production and you... Uh-oh, what? Let's go.
Evolving story that... So this is an evolving story that has more information being updated by the day at this point, and to kind of talk about where we started, Mappa Netflix announced an official partnership and deal where Mappa Anime will be exclusively on Netflix's platform.
No!
The reason for this was because Mappa, in their own words, stated that they wanted to focus on a global audience.
No!
And you can take that however you want, good or bad, whatever. But nonetheless, Mappa said that they wanted to work with Netflix to be able to present their anime to a wider audience, which could lead to good and bad things in the future. Now that I've got that brief summary out of the way, there has been an update since then, a little bit more clarification from insiders within the anime industry talking about this entire situation. So let's read the title first.
Screwed.
Anime studio partnerships with global giants like Netflix may spur reform of Japan's investor-centric production system, insider says. And this is who the insider is. Veteran Japanese TV producer Hiromichi Shizumi talks about the implications of Mappa's new partnership with Netflix. This was posted today, as you can see. So if we scroll down, this is what the article says. Chainsaw Man and Jujutsu Kaisen animation studio Mappa recently announced a strategic partnership with Netflix, though with which the two companies plan to co-produce and distribute multiple upcoming anime projects. When the announcement...
Okay, now I think, before I keep going with this, I think this looks like Rudo. Most cases. Let's see here. They better, because this is gonna go bad. like, don't the Japanese not see what happened to the West? Don't they see what's going on with the West? Like, don't they see it? Like, they're better off just doing their own damn thing. I would stay away from the West as much as possible till they get their shit together. And that's not going to probably be fixed until, like, several years from now. And I mean several, like, decades from now, given how things has been going. But, like, it's weird to me. Like, why did they keep... Why? There must be someone threatening someone. Or there's someone threatening someone in a global scale that all these production companies have to, like, adhere to. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how, like, BlackRock kind of have everyone by the balls, like, but with the whole, like, business credit thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, something like that. I think that's what this is. I think that's what we're dealing with here. I think that's what ultimately is leading to this problem. Because there's no way, if anime is doing so well, to the point that we don't really need the West to be involved, why are they doing this now? Why are they trying to get involved with they're doing just fine. I think anime is doing just fine. Man. Oh my god.
It was first made on January 21st.
You're not wrong.
Mappa's president, Manabu, said that Japanese animation studios now need to
Yep, BlackRock and Blackstone. I think Blackstone is like a piece of BlackRock, which is funny. And I think Blackstone has been investing into Japan to get into the anime market. Low key. Okay. Should be able to work. Take this out. Gotta get a new phone. Buy a new phone. Great. This is ridiculous. I may have to go back using OBS, but I'm not going to use OBS yet till I get all the stuff I need for it. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Welcome. Thank you, guys. Okay, so... Sorry if it's too loud. Please let me know if the fan's too loud.
The source is from Penzuma News, which, opening it up, I'll show you.
If it's too loud, let me know.
It's from a Japanese news source, which I could probably do Google Translate here to actually showcase that. Let's see here. Yeah, you can see it talks about this and all that. I'll link this in the description as well if you guys want to read this article too. But back into this. So moves like this could create pressure to rethink Japan's long-standing production committee system. This is a pretty big deal right here. I actually think that this is probably the biggest argument for this partnership with Netflix and Mappa. Now, I'll talk about this in a second, because I know that sounds wild me having that come out of my mouth after just how against I am of this partnership of Netflix and Mappa. But I do think that there is something to consider here with what was said by this TV producer. Let's continue reading first before I elaborate. Becoming commonplace in the 90s, a production committee is a consortium of companies such as manga publishers, broadcasters, and marketers that have come together to invest in the production of anime on a project-by-project basis. While this system helps fund new titles and reduces the financial risk animation studios bear, it also somewhat notorious for not allowing the studios to make money. Now, more or less to kind of explain this, if you remember this One Punch Man situation we had last anime season, the reason why JC's staff just had such a bad hand and why they were not able to just present a high-quality series is mostly thanks to the decisions at the top, aka the production committee, the investors, the broadcasters, the people that are funding the show, so to speak. They're the reason why the staff didn't have enough time and enough resources, and all the individual staffs that were chosen was because of the decisions at the top. And at the end of the day, it's very clear that that is a huge problem. This is a problem that has affected anime for decades upon decades. It's been a problem. Most anime that usually has production issues, not always, but about 95% of the time, maybe even higher than that. It's a higher percentage, potentially maybe 98, 99%. But most of the time, it is thanks to the production committee doing these weird schedulings and weird picks of studios or forced scheduling with other anime being thrown into the mix that forces these anime to flop, fail, and potentially be delayed at a very long period of time. It's thanks to these investors and people at the top. But then the biggest damning thing about this whole situation is that these studios are not able to make money despite how good a product actually is, which I'll let the article elaborate and talk more about this.
Okay.
As Shizumi puts it, investors allocate only the bare minimum to the anime studio, keeping production costs low. This means a base budget for the studio is secured even if the anime doesn't end up selling. This is a pretty big point right here. This pretty much more or less says that at the initial stages of the anime, they put the budget into it, and that's it. That's all they get, and you could look at that maybe as a positive or a negative thing, but the point of the matter is that they're given the bare minimum. There you go. There's your budget. Make an anime, and that's it. That's more or less what they're doing, and it's to secure financial loss. For instance, like if the anime flops,
it's all about compound
well,
interest.
they're not going to really have to worry about losing much money because they already gave the bare minimum that they needed to for the production to begin with. So that's more or less what's going on here. It's to cover their own ass. But it also gives investors the opportunity to lap up most of the profits. This is another big deal, which I'll continue reading this before I elaborate on that. And since there's no royalty system in place, like in book publishing, for example, the studio's cut remains the same no matter how big a hit the anime becomes. As a result in this structure and other related factors like manpower shortage, there has been a rising number of studios going bankrupt. And I already made a video on this about a few months ago talking about this, that despite the anime boom and the demand for anime, a lot more studios within Japan are literally going bankrupt. And the reason for it is one of these reasons right here, which is about to be listed. And animators' wages have barely improved throughout the years. So this right here is a pretty big deal. So more or less, the studios that make this anime get the budget to work on this anime. When an anime is successful and does very well, like let's do an example here, obviously. Let's think of Soul. If an anime is very successful, the people in the studio that worked on the show are not getting much return, not enough investment and money back. It's mainly to the head honchos at the top. They get most of the money, probably 80 to 90% of the profits, maybe even more than that. And it more or less makes it to where the studio still is in the exact same state as they always were. They're at barely surviving, so to speak. The staff is barely surviving. And you accompany this with very high workload, hours that go beyond overwork, to where you pass out at your desk, to low wages that's causing crash outs within the anime industry where animators are so burnt out they don't even want to be in the industry anymore, and which is why a lot of productions for different anime are being outsourced to, let's say, Korea or China to be worked on. It's thanks to these type of reasons, thanks to the production committee, how they've been handling funds, how they soak up the money, and how these studios have been left high and dry for a very long time to basically, you have to the scraps that we throw down on the bottom of the dinner table, and that's what you get. That's more or less what is going on here. The other thing is there's no royalty system, which is a pretty big thing. That means that after the anime...
For real! There's no royalty system. That is crazy how they don't get royalties. I don't know if the voice actors get royalties in Japan, but I know for a fact in America you don't get royalties like that if you're a voice actor. I think you get a flat rate. Like you get a flat rate if you're a voice actor in the industry. You pay a certain flat fee and that's it. You don't get royalties. You know how much money most of these voice actors could have made if they got royalties for the work they did? And there'll be like thousands of different voices and stuff sometimes that we do, and they'll be up in the thousands plus from way back in the 90s till now, and they don't get royalties. They pay like one flat fee for the time of that season, I think, and that's it. That's it. So if it was playing for 20 years, you're not getting no money like that. You're doing it for the love of the game, bro.
It comes out, like once it officially airs, this studio is not gaining money, despite like sales after that. They kept their initial budget thanks to the production committee, and that is it. Which is why MAPPA wanting to become independent is such a big deal, and why it does offer a really good counter argument to why it's a positive thing that they do want to work with them to begin with. However, if Japanese studios skip the production committees and start signing directly with global streaming giants like MAPPA has with Netflix, Shizumi believes production budgets will rise considerably. Creators naturally want to work where the pay is better and they have more freedom. Now, that's true not just for anime, but for dramas and variety shows as well. While he cautions that it's still not clear how far these kind of partnerships can go in breaking apart the production committee, Shizumi notes that if we start seeing a string of overwhelming hits, there may be growing pressure to rethink a system where only the investors profit. Now, this is a pretty big deal. More or less, this this is kind of showcasing competition, that this production committee that has been stagnant in these controllers of anime for decades at a time, allowing anime to eventually reach the state it's currently in, are now going to potentially start feeling pressure from these rivaling companies like Netflix encroaching upon their territory, because Netflix is being used to circumvent the entire production pipeline, and MAPPA doesn't need to answer to the production committee. They answer to Netflix, or they answer to their own independent investments, so they are able to be an independent studio, which is exactly what KyoAni did a very long time ago. A lot of people might be unaware of this, but KyoAni, that like made, for instance, Violet Evergarden, Haruhi, and stuff, very well-known, beloved studio that makes cult classics. They are an excellent studio, probably one of the best studios in the industry in terms of just the workload and how they treat their employees. If you look up anything in terms
I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely haven't seen a good show in the US other than on YouTube. Yeah.
Just how the employees are treated. So the point here is that KyoAni managed to separate itself from that system a very long time ago, like a decade and a half, 2 decades ago, or whatever.
So that's why when people say, you watch anime? Like, they say, you watch anime and that's it? You don't watch anything else? I'm like, yeah, because most of the shows of today sucks. Like, you can say there's a Stranger Things, there's a Wednesday, there's a X, Y, and Z, but you can name like 5, but you can name like 30 or 40 anime shows that are even old from way back when or new of today and still have that same, like, you know, that wanting to watch or share it with somebody. You can only name about 5 to 10, probably 10 at most, of shows that play in the West that is actually good and or popular. They're not on the same level that as anime. This is the reason why Demon Slayer did a way better job than Superman, movie-wise. That's crazy.
Exact timeline, forgive me on that one. But they
how you been?
separate
Pretty well. How about you?
The production committee, which allowed them to become independent and have the higher rates for their animators that work for their studio. And in turn, this has caused their anime to really flourish. And
yeah.
Absolutely incredible. I think nobody's really, putting down KyoAni for just their quality of their work. So MAPPA wanting to do the exact...
Yep, they get a flat fee. No, I gotta watch it. I keep putting it off. Keep forgetting to watch it. Scissor 7. I actually wanted to see it. Scissor 7. So yeah, they play only a one. I think nearly every voice actor in America has to pay like one flat fee. I don't think they get royalties unless you're like a celebrity or something, like a AAA celebrity. But if you're just a voice actor alone, you don't get royalties. I don't think so. Yeah, they get only they've done voices since like early '90s up to now. They have thousands of voices they've done. Like the dude Chris Sabat plays Piccolo, Yamcha, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Vegeta, and some other character I can't think of right now. Goku, the guy who plays Goku. Master Roshi, what do you call it? The Bug, what's his name? And King Kai. I forgot what it was. Jiminy? Is it Jiminy? Isn't that the cricket's name?
Exact same thing. It's kind of a no-brainer. It's kind of like a dream goal for a studio to be able to separate themselves from a parasitic
and I think he plays Nail as well. I think he does the voice of Nail.
System that is just sucking you dry and getting everything away from you, for you're not able to actually grow as a studio.
And Yajirobe.
If I'm correct, I believe Chainsaw Man, I once again, you can correct me in the comments below, fact check me or whatever, but I believe they fully funded Chainsaw Man, like Chainsaw Man Season 1 and the movie and stuff. I believe that MAPPA
you should draw what makes it hard for you to draw.
Backing it. They fully funded that project all on their own, and that is why when they make profits, like for instance with the movie that came out recently, it's a pretty big deal for them. It allows them to make a lot more profits than they ever would with a high popular anime like Solo. For instance, I'm willing to bet you that Solo, despite the overwhelming popularity it's
you should draw something that you have difficulty drawing.
I'm willing to bet you Chainsaw Man Rize probably got
draw what you have most difficult drawing
to the studio. Like, if we're talking sheer volume of numbers, okay, like obviously Chainsaw Man I think made more numbers than Solo. I could be wrong, I don't have the number sheet here, but regardless of whoever sold more, the fact of the matter is that the money that the studio got from Chainsaw Man is a lot higher than whatever Solo Leveling was, even if it had higher numbers than Chainsaw Man sells and stuff, because it's mostly just going to the production committee. So it's a pretty big deal. Now, I do want to talk about something when it comes to budgets and stuff, higher budgets and higher rates. So just because something can get a higher budget doesn't necessarily mean that's a good thing. I'm looking at you, different movies from Hollywood. I mean, we got, budget failures, like box office failures right here that have absolutely bombed in the box office.
You can go to the Discord and show it off to everyone.
Just because it has a high budget doesn't mean it's a good thing. But how much budget does an anime typically go for? Well, let's look at that.
In the millions, probably.
So this is basically, if you type this in on Google, there's most likely going to be inaccuracies with this. I'm just going to say, so don't take this as the exact estimate. But the problem, or the point here is that anime more or less can be summarized as probably a $15 to maybe $20 million investment to make an anime. Like a 12 to 13 episode anime. That's a lot of money, yes, but when you factor in the budget of some of the highest budget movies in the industry for Hollywood, like reaching 490 million, millions and millions, like hundreds upon hundreds of millions here, a 20 million anime episode that has the runtime longer than one of these movies is not that bad. It really isn't. So a higher budget definitely could help these employees a lot. The question is, will the employees see this money, and will the head honchos at the top not pocket it for themselves? That is the question. That is what we need to see, what is going to happen or not. But yeah, I wanted to bring this to people's attention. I thought that this was very interesting, just seeing some interesting good news
You're a character you hate.
about the deal. I still am very skeptic about the partnership, because obviously MAPPA has showed their obvious intent to cater towards a global audience, and I've already talked about this subject, so I'm not going to get back into that, but I have my issues with the partnership. But if this partnership does lead to the production committee to reconsider what they've been doing for all these years, then it is a net positive. At the end of the day, this does benefit the anime industry, and this is actually the best thing that you could ask for, all things considered, despite the circumstances of what maybe issues it could also lead to down the road. But it's very vague. We don't know where it's going to go, but yeah, I just
look at a reference.
People's attention. I love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Shibi out.
Go. Alright.
This guy's facing.
So this is from a Tozy. It says Florida man is facing 5 years in prison for a ketchup. What? Wait, what? Florida man is facing 5 years prison over a ketchup packet. What?
5 years in prison for a ketchup packet. Yes. Essentially, just turned a bus-stop nap into a felony arrest after allegedly throwing an open ketchup packet at a stranger. And now he's somehow facing real prison time because of this. Alright, so welcome back to yet another video of I can't believe the title of this video is actually real. Like, what in the Florida is happening here? Well, let's set the scene. So, at night on January 19th, police were called to a PSTA Grand Central Station in St. Petersburg, Florida, where 28-year-old Austin Simmons was apparently passed out inside of a terminal. Then you have a guy by the name of Carlos Mora, a random guy who sees Simmons slumped up and does the normal human thing. He stops to check on him. And according to police, Mora was trying to see if Simmons was okay. But the moment that Simmons wakes up, things go sideways immediately.
Fast.
Police then say that Simmons woke up irate, so I guess he was mad as soon as he woke up. And instead of saying, "Hey man, I'm fine, thanks for checking," or "Please leave me alone," Simmons allegedly gets up, walks directly towards Mora, and throws an open ketchup packet right at him, which then strikes him on his jacket. And honestly, as far as things an angry homeless person could throw at you, ketchup
that's the best
seems
thing.
pretty low on that scale. That's pretty much as good as it can go. Because unfortunately, there's so many situations where homeless people seem to act like witches from Left 4 Dead. Like, if you somehow get their attention, they charge at you. Like, just a few months ago, there was a woman in Seattle.
Atozy, A-T-O-Z-Y. A-T-O-Z-Y.
Who was just whacked across the head with a piece of lumber with a nail in it, and it permanently blinded her. I don't know. There's always crazy situations going on in the U.S. every day, so a ketchup packet, again,
very low on that scale. But either way, this blew up way out of proportion because this picture of Dexerto is cracking me up. This is ridiculous. Like, this would be a great parody if it was a parody and not real life. But police say that the packet hit Mora, leaving two visible spots of ketchup on his jacket. And honestly, I think this guy needed a Tide pen, not police help. But here I am, getting this information from an affidavit. So here we are, I guess. But officers noted the packet of ketchup was found on the ground, torn open, with ketchup pouring onto the floor like a scene of a tiny, very red crime. And before you ask, no, the packet was not collected as evidence because, and I checked because I was really hoping it was locked away in some evidence locker somewhere, which honestly feels kind of like a missed opportunity for forensic science to absolutely lose its mind. But of course, just like all of my videos, it gets so much worse from here, or better, depending on who you are. Like, are you a glass half empty kind of guy or half full kind of guy? I don't know. But after being Mirandized, Simmons, the homeless guy here, he admits to police that he gave Mora a ketchup packet, but he insists very seriously that he did not strike him. So his defense is essentially, I wasn't attacking him. I was offering him condiments.
Let me see if it's still warm.
Sir, all of this is just incredibly ridiculous. But either way, you don't give someone ketchup by throwing it at their chest like you're starting a food fight. So obviously, police were not buying it, and Simmons was arrested and charged with battery with a ketchup packet. I can't even say that with a straight face. Battery with a ketchup packet. How is this a real thing? Also, the fact that he pressed charges over a ketchup packet hidden in his jacket. Like, what was he wearing? Was it like some Rap Simmons or something like that? Because I can't imagine how bored you have to be to press charges against someone over a ketchup packet hidden in your jacket. Like, I get the whole principle thing, but still, over a ketchup packet, I have better things to do. This is somehow worse than the sandwich guy. You know, a couple of months ago, we covered a guy named Sean who threw a Subway sandwich at a federal officer, which prosecutors treated as assault on a federal officer. And in that case, at least he was arrested for a full sandwich, not just a single condiment that would go on a sandwich or a burger. I don't know. I don't feel like ketchup belongs on a sandwich. It would belong on a burger or a hot dog. But do you consider a burger or a hot dog a sandwich? I don't know. Depends on the person again. But either way, I think we might be seeing a decline in what is considered battery. So first a sandwich, then ketchup. Next thing, you just throw air. I mean, like, we've reduced ourselves from a sandwich to a little ketchup packet. At least it's entertaining, right? That's what we're here for. We're here for the entertainment. And as messed up the world is right now, at least you could find some entertainment in it. But the worst part of this is, this wasn't a misdemeanor. According to court records, Simmons has a prior battery conviction from 2019. And in Florida, that turns even something as ridiculous as a ketchup packet incident into third-degree felony. Yes, a third-degree felony from a ketchup packet because of something he did 7 years ago. So, something in the now happened that was very minor, but because he had a more...
So, it's not really about the ketchup. So, it's not really the ketchup that got him in trouble. Okay, so the ketchup isn't the real... It's not really about the ketchup at all. It's really about... This dude had a... I guess he had some type of, like, runnings with the law in the past, and if he does anything again, even sniffs wrong, he goes to prison. Yeah, I guess, but, like, that's the ketchup is just... I don't know. It's not ultimately the issue. It's just that he had a prior problems from before in the past. So him messing up at this point just kind of triggered that.
Serious charge 7 years ago, that's now a serious charge. A ketchup packet at a bus station. So, I mean, technically, this is just a snowball effect of something that happened 7 years ago. But obviously, it's a video of mine, so it's going to get worse. So, officers then searched Simmons and allegedly found a white chalky substance on him. So now, the story officially graduates from a Florida man moment to the Florida man bingo card. Because, I mean, it's pretty predictable at this point. This is just like a normal checklist for any Florida man that's arrested. Was there a white substance on him found? Yeah, probably. But either way, I mean, talk about having a bad Monday. Someone interrupted his nap. He lost his ketchup, got arrested, and then was hit with priors plus an additional charge for carrying a substance. So, yeah, rough Monday. But he was booked into the Pinellas County Jail where the bond was set at $5,000, covering both charges. And in the initial court hearing, judge ordered Simmons to have no contact with the alleged victim, which honestly feels like a bare minimum considering I don't think they know each other. But if convicted, Simmons could face up to 5 years in prison. 5 years for this ketchup packet incident. So again, just so everyone is on the same page, the story has a bus snap, an angry wake up, a ketchup packet, and a felony, which then can lead up to 5 years in prison. I mean, this should be in the dictionary for laughably stupid, honestly. I feel like this is Hall of Fame level for laughably stupid. Like, this is crazy. This needs to go into my compilation. I am slowly gathering stories like Infinity Stones, and I'm going to make the thickest compilation on laughably stupid moments that's happened in the last few decades. Maybe last decade. Maybe in the last year. I don't want the video to be over 3 hours. Last year it would be over 3 hours. Yeah, I gotta add in a whole bunch of the stories that I haven't covered as well. Because fun fact, I only cover roughly 20 to 25% of the stories I want to cover because I don't have time to cover everything. Which is why I've been uploading so much more recently because I have so much to talk about. Maybe that says something about the state of the world currently, but I am here to cover it. Specifically the laughably stupid stuff. But hey, I guess that's all it takes for you to end up fighting felony charges in Pinellas County. And honestly, this is just another entry in a ever-expanding Florida Man cinematic universe. Because I feel like the phrase Florida Man has basically become its own genre of a headline at this point. Like, if you see those two words together, you already know you're about to read something that sounds fake, but somehow still ends with real charges. Because every time you think, hey, we've hit the bottom, Florida shows up like, yo, we just found a new low. Like this guy. Or the other guy I have to mention, because we have quite a few people that I have to mention today. Because if we just rewind a few years, and you stay in the same county, Pinellas County, you have a guy who was arrested by the name of Peter Wagman. He was a 37-year-old Florida man, and he allegedly committed domestic battery by covering his sleeping girlfriend in ketchup. Separate dude, ketchup, felony battery, Florida, same county. Come on! But according to court records, Wagman and his 41-year-old girlfriend had been together for about 11 years and were reportedly in the middle of an ongoing argument about cheating. Which already isn't the best, emotional place to be in when you're making decisions. So I guess at 4:45 in the morning, the girlfriend woke up to being sprayed down with ketchup. So Wagman here, I guess, stood over and was just spraying her down with a ketchup bottle. And apparently he was yelling, "That's what you get," as he was doing it. So police then arrived to the home in Pinellas Park and reportedly found the woman literally covered in ketchup, and Wagman denied everything. He was very adamant that he didn't do it, despite officers noting, apparently very politely and very clearly, that he had ketchup on the right side of his pants. So this, I guess, is just Florida's version of being caught red-handed. It's apparently just being caught red with ketchup on you. So Wagman was then arrested and charged with misdemeanor domestic battery and later released from county jail. So I do want to correct myself. I thought he was actually charged with felony battery earlier, but no, it was just our first guy. This guy, also battery, but it was a misdemeanor, but both of them committed battery with ketchup. So again, very fascinating. But apparently the police knew this couple too, and they had priors with each other. And in one earlier incident, police say the couple got into an argument so intense they took turns writing on their bed and carving their names into it. And I don't know what that means emotionally. I guess they were just trying to claim who got the bed, maybe, or maybe they were treating the bed as like one of those trees in a park where you just see so many people like scribbling in together, like J plus H with a heart around it and all that stuff.
I'm not really sure what the hell.
Let that tree live. That relationship probably didn't even last, and now that tree has that thing on it forever just because of you. I digress. As this video is just going to get so much worse, because when you see the Florida Man headline, you kind of just brace yourself for the most insane situation possible. Like the time a Florida man threw a live alligator through a Wendy's drive-through window. Like, come on, employees were just trying to hand out fries and suddenly there's a reptile flying towards them and now it's in their kitchen.
A Jupiter man accused of tossing a gator through an open drive-through window back in court today. 23-year-old Joshua James is facing an aggravated assault charge for throwing this 3-foot-long reptile into a Wendy's in Royal Palm Beach back in October. The incident report states James pulled up to the drive-through, placed his order. The server handed over a drink and turned around. That's when authorities say James reached into the back of his truck and tossed the gator through that window. James' attorney said it was a prank.
Why did this happen? And how does one come to the conclusion to do this? Like, the guy later on claimed it was a prank, which, number one, wild thing to say. Number two, that doesn't justify it whatsoever. But there was also a guy who called 911 because his kitten wasn't allowed into a strip club. And again, how is that headline real? But apparently it's very real. His cat was apparently denied entry, so he called emergency services like it was some civil rights violation. And police arrested him for misuse of 911. But honestly, I mean, that dispatcher deserved hazard pay for that phone call alone. And then you have this absolute classic, the Florida man arrested for drug possession while wearing a shirt that literally said, "I have drugs." Awesome. I mean, at least he was honest. But one of my favorites is the guy who broke into jail to hang out with his friends. Not to break them out, just to hang out with them, I guess.
What?
Miss the homies. So that really goes to show you, you are who you hang out with. So even if you don't actually do a felony to go to jail and your friends are in jail, you might end up in jail as well because you just want to hang out with your homies. But I think the act of breaking into jail is probably a crime in itself and will probably land you in jail, ironically.
Yeah, that is a felony. If you break out or into jail, that is a felony. Believe it or not, that is breaking into jail is a felony. Yo, this is wild. Yo, it's just what the, like, who wants to break into jail? Like, it doesn't, like, what is the benefit of actually breaking into a jail? That makes no sense.
So there's that. So I guess you can give them, you know, a little bit of credit for being creative, but yeah, influencers also exist in Florida. And we're covering a whole bunch of the stuff that's just kind of slipped through the cracks over the years that has happened in Florida, because this also was pretty wild. Because police in Charlotte County, Florida arrested a 18-year-old Isaac Hurley after he allegedly tried to stay inside of a Walmart for 24 hours as part of a TikTok challenge.
Got breaking news in Charlotte County. Deputies arrested teen they say tried to spend the night in the Englewood Walmart for a TikTok challenge. They say Isaac Hurley intended to spend the night there, but a worker caught him 45 minutes into his 24-hour stay. We're told they found him in the dog bed section.
And we've covered these challenges before, but again, why? Yeah. Why are you doing this? So apparently he just hid around after closing, was later found around 11 p.m. in the dog bed section. So I guess you just plan to stay comfortable throughout the night, even though he only lasted about 45 minutes after closing. So while inside, he also allegedly removed an iPhone charger from its packaging, which immediately upgraded the situation from a dumb internet stunt to burglary and theft. So instead of, I guess, internet fame, he got arrested, he was taken to jail, and later bonded out on $1,500. So come on, guys, can we learn from these mistakes? It's actually very beneficial for everyone involved to look at other people's mistakes and learn from them, because then you can avoid other people's pitfalls. Now, thankfully, most people out there in the world aren't trying to spend the night in a Walmart, because honestly, that just doesn't sound ideal at all. I hate grocery shopping. I want to spend as little time as possible inside of a grocery store. So spending 24 hours in a grocery store sounds miserable to me. Unless you're on some Mr. Beast video and he's somehow paying you like $100,000 per day in a grocery store. I think that's what he was doing. Maybe it was 10 grand a day. It was something crazy. If you're getting paid 10 grand a day to be in a grocery store, all right, sign me up. But spending 24 hours in a Walmart for a TikTok video, which you know is not going to pay out very well, no thank you. Because the payment on TikTok is basically attention. I'm sorry to say it, but those ad rates are abysmal. But at least that guy is better off than another guy who made headlines this week named Warren Anderson. Because he pulled up to a Taco Bell drive-thru at around 12:30 in the morning. He held up a large rock and demanded money like it was some like medieval shakedown. That is a funny mugshot, but there's no way that's the mugshot.
Is he really holding it? No, okay. That must be AI.
Okay, so this is the real mugshot, but The Rock is kind of a chef's kiss. The Rock really paints the story very well. I also found the arrest clip, but it shows the dog biting him, so yeah. Which just goes to show you, don't rob people. You can get bitten by a police dog, or worse. We'll just leave it there. But employees ran out of the building. I'm assuming they didn't realize it was a rock at first, or they thought he had something else on him. But police say Anderson actually chased after them, which is insane. Like,
That is a crazy amount of commitment for a crime involving Taco Bell. Like, excuse me, why are you chasing Taco Bell employees around the Taco Bell parking lot with a rock? With this behavior, I feel like the dude just played way too much Rust. And if you think about it, if you have to rob a Taco Bell, you're kind of at the equivalent level as a dude who just spawned in holding a rock and Rust. So, I mean, it could make sense. Bro just spawned in, picked up a rock, didn't even gear up, and decided to go rob a Taco Bell with a rock. And in return, a judge recently sentenced Anderson to 4 years in prison for the attempted robbery. Skill issue. Don't rob people. You might get bit by a dog and thrown in prison for 4 years. But I guess after fleeing the scene, Anderson was eventually found hiding behind a dumpster where he was, tracked down by a canine unit. Hence why he got bit by a dog. So today we talked about a ketchup packet, a Walmart dog bed, and a rock robbery. And all of this somehow led to real arrests, with some getting years in prison time. So awesome, guys. Florida man remains undefeated. So hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Always Florida, bro. Why is always Florida? I will never understand. I guess so.
Homeland Security.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, okay. You can do that now.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a good day.
So it says here,
I guess
YouTube AI slop his approximately by TV Plus.
time to talk about more AI slop invading the YouTube platform because... Okay, to give you a rundown, the YouTube CEO went on a video highlighting his plans, or more so YouTube's plans for 2026. The short of it is that they're planning to let you use the AI tools that are available for YouTube Shorts in order to generate said shorts using your own likeness.
Your fourth theme highlights both supercharging and safeguarding creativity. Where do you think AI can play a role in that for both creators and viewers?
Well, Renee, as you know, AI plays a really big role in terms of YouTube being able to deliver for our creators as well as viewers. On the creation side and creator side, we've been investing very heavily for the last couple of years now, and the goal there is very simple, which is to really use AI to empower the amazing human creativity that happens on YouTube every single day. So we've rolled out a slew of tools around creation of shorts content in
Get
YouTube
fired,
and other parts of YouTube to do just that. And I'm really heartened by how much adoption there's been around it. In December, for example, over 1 million creators used our AI tools to produce content on YouTube every single day.
Are you paying those 1 million creators that just came out of nowhere making a bunch of slop? Are you paying them? I bet you're not. Or if you do pay them, it's going to affect the people who are actually creators, and then you have to pay them much less to pay these losers. Are you serious? That's horrible.
More along the lines of being able to use your likeness, for example, in the creation of shorts, or being able to generate a game in YouTube playables from a single text prompt. So ideas like that, I'm very excited about.
I guess it's better than using someone else's likeness or using the stupid AI bots or something like that, But it's just always gonna lead to the same issue, man. It's just a tool for lazy people that don't really want to put in the effort or time, money, whatever, into making more slop for the shorts algorithm. And at this point, it might just affect everything else too, because it also affects the main homepage. You know how many times I've gotten AI slop on the main homepage, or if I try to search something specific, either like the first 5 results or something like that are always AI slop in addition to the stuff I'm possibly looking for. And that's in addition to the other problems it has too. Because when I go searching for stuff, I don't usually find it from the get-go unless it's something popular. If it's something niche, I have to go digging for it, and I also get recommended stuff I already watch. What is the point of a search result if I can't find the thing that I'm searching for? Why are you treating this like a homepage? If I wanted to go to the homepage, I'll go to the homepage. Please stop doing this. But anyway, what I really wanted to talk about wasn't necessarily that, because obviously they're gonna keep trying to push it. He said himself that he was trying to push AI. But the thing is, YouTube says that they're actively looking to reduce the spread of AI slop on the platform. So they're immediately contradicting themselves, trying to control the thing that they're enabling their users to do. So it's like, what do you want, man? Not only is your communication just completely bad and awful, you can't even communicate with yourself. What do you guys want to do as a platform? Because you keep making the problem worse, but you also want to try to control it. Like, you can't do that while also giving the tools to do so. That should be common sense, but apparently for YouTube's own CEO, I guess it isn't. But I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to do, man. All I can say is that I'm ridiculously overly tired of this. I can't go on Facebook. I can't go on Instagram. I can't even go on YouTube, because eventually if I keep scrolling YouTube shorts, like in addition to the stuff I actually do watch, I eventually end up on the live streams that are just like Roblox, and then on top or in somewhere in the short itself, it's someone that's AI generated sleeping, repeated gameplay over and over. It's just a scam to get money out of people. And for some, well, not for some reason, if it exists on Facebook, it can also exist on YouTube. People just fall for it every time. I don't have an explanation for that. I really don't. I guess it's just people not giving a shit. That's it. I really am tired. But all I can do is keep people informed and go like, yep, this is happening. Obviously the answer is just to destroy AI, or at least, you know, give it some sort of control. But in this economy and this environment that we're in, probably not, because they seem more trying to make sure that they want to control what you consume as news and everything, and giving free reign to these companies to just do whatever. So fuck you guys. Fuck all of these companies. I hope you burn. I really do. Hope you lose all your wealth. I think you should evaporate in a nice, not actually the worst way possible. I hope you go down suffering. Yeah. Thanks for watching. I will have good news eventually, I promise. Just not right now.
Have you?
Watch that later. Huh? Oh.
Plot twist. Plot twist. High Guard is pure ass.
Ooh, saw that coming. Saw that coming. Saw that coming. Let's go.
High Guard is, well, you're not alone. This is the mystery game, the big reveal at the Game Awards. Jeff Keighley announced High Guard. They had this trailer for it, and it was supposed to be the next big thing. Well, it's a big ass disaster. Did I mention ass? Yeah, it's a huge disaster. This game just dropped like a day ago. It lost 90% of its players already. The reviews are terrible. Everybody is wondering, what the hell? What the hell happened here? And I'm looking at screenshots. I'm like, I don't get it. I'm not getting why
saying that
thought
people
this
who
was
make
going to be good.
the actual make the stuff gets more views, get more money.
1,000 reviews at 34%. This is supposed to be like this amazing freaking game, right? Because High Guard got that coveted spot, the big reveals spot at the Game Awards. Everybody thought, well, it's going to be a big deal. Well, it is a big deal, just not in the way they were expecting. So we're going to talk about it. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Go out to more.clownfishtv.com for more Clownfish TV, for more podcast episodes you will not find here on YouTube. And also, if you don't want to listen to us on YouTube or just want to make sure you don't miss anything, go out to Spotify, go out to Amazon Music, iTunes, whatever, iHeartRadio, all the podcast platforms. We are out there as well. We've been out there for a couple of years now. Just we haven't really talked much about it, but we're going to talk about it now, just in case YouTube goes kaplooey like this game did.
Kaplooey.
So well, oh my God! All right, let's talk about this first. This comes from Gaming Bible. High Guard loses nearly 90% of players after launch. Internet has a new lolcow. High Guard, more like Low Guard. Am I right? All right. Okay, so High Guard was released yesterday to mostly negative reviews on Steam after a very quiet marketing period in a one-man party with Jeff Keighley. So, yeah, they dropped the trailer. Apparently, we're going to talk about the story. The story was they were not prepared.
Yep.
Obviously, the dog ate my homework. They were not prepared for the attention that the game got, and then they kind of had to stick with the release date. And then Jeff Keighley was kind of like, "Oh yes, this is coming out." People thought maybe it was vaporware. No, it's real-ish. Developed by a new studio, Wildlight Entertainment, the free-to-play raid shooter High Guard was revealed at the Game Awards in December. The gameplay looked fine, not spectacular, but fine. However, High Guard wasn't well received by the community, with YouTube reveal trailers being heavily downvoted. Did people just not like look at the game? Sure. But when there's a one last thing at the Game Awards, it turns out to be a new game from some of the developers that worked on Titanfall and Apex Legends. You wouldn't be wrong for thinking, nay, hoping it was Titanfall 3, but it was not. High Guard closing out the show felt unwarranted, a spot usually reserved for a massive new IP or a highly anticipated sequel. So it was released yesterday on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series XS to little fanfare. Yeah, they wanted to bury it. Fans across social media questioned the lack of marketing leading up to the release, but it looks like a lack of advertising may have worked in its favor, garnering some intrigue. That intrigue did not last long. As brought to our attention by Pirate Nation, according to SteamDB, High Guard had impressive concurrent numbers at launch with over 97,000 players. Wow. It's worth keeping in mind that these numbers are for the PC platform only and do not reflect PS5 and Xbox. Okay. I don't think there are many people are playing on the PS5 and Xbox. There's a lot of other things you can be playing. However, within hours, the concurrent number dropped by around 44,000, but it's gotten worse, much, much worse. At the time of writing, the concurrent player number, according to SteamDB, is over 11,000. That's a dip of 86,000. Now, I'm looking at it. We've gone up a little bit. You know, we got 19,000 people on. But that's not good. The reviews are not good.
Oh, God.
90% of its players in less than a day. Jeez, God.
Oh, God.
What were they thinking? Well, they weren't thinking. Wow. Now, of course, it's 11 a.m. Most of us are at work, so we'll have to wait and see if the numbers jump up. Yeah, they did a little bit, but still not good. Here are some of the reactions. BBC confirms global holiday to celebrate the release of High Guard. Economists say there's no point going into work because everyone is playing High Guard. Breaking news. High Guard. 8,000 players. Oh, wow. Been playing High Guard for 30 minutes, tweeted Mania Drone, a final joke from Ultima that really just tickled me this morning. Jeff spoke to IGN about High Guard and how much the game means to him. High Guard will be the most important shooter ever released and will shape the entire future of the games industry. I have not been as emotionally moved on this level of
yeah, I don't know listen to anything Jeff Keighley says.
Oh, God.
Jeff Keighley's a shill. He's a
yeah, we're genuinely sorry High Guard launched to negative fan reviews. It feels a little bit like another Concord meme.
No.
Destined to fail. I'll be playing it this weekend. Yeah, it's not good, guys. So let's see what happened here. What happened? According to Kotaku, High Guard devs talk turning Rust into a hero shooter in that terrible Game Awards reveal. They said the original plan was to completely shadow drop the game like Apex Legends.
It looks like Apex Legends, actually.
Been to shadow drop High Guard, a multiplayer hero shooter developed by Wildlight Entertainment studio made up of ex-Respawn Entertainment heavyweights. It's a strategy that benefited Apex Legends, a Fortnite
Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, I think we're all kind of tired of the hero shooters. I think the Overwatch, the Marvel Rivals, the Titanfalls, Apex Legends, I think it's over now. I think that needs to come to an end. The whole hero shooter operator type stuff. I think you and Rainbow Six on this.
Head of live service gaming landscape.
It has come to an end.
Problem number one. Live service gaming is incredibly competitive, and you don't bring a butter knife to a gunfight, and that's a big deal. So why did Wildlife Entertainment decide to drop a trailer reveal for the game for the first time at the Game Awards, knowing the team would go radio silent again immediately after? That is a damn good question. People said they thought it was a mistake. Look, we always plan for, a surprise release, the studio co-founder, Chad Grenier, told Kotaku at a preview event. Jeff came in and wanted to do something special and put us in the TGAs. We were going to do a shadow drop, since day one, almost since forming this company.
I didn't have that plan today.
Instead, Wildlight
Is today your
decided
only
to
day?
close gaming's biggest event of the year with a trailer that left some intrigued but others unimpressed. It was a gamble that ricocheted out across social media in unpredictable ways, with many drama cycles sprouting up around the lack of any new information surrounding the game ahead of its launch. Some even theorized it might secretly get delayed after the poor reaction to the trailer. No, just go ahead and release it. It sucks ass, but just go ahead and release it. We've known Jeff for a long time. He said, let me do something. That's maybe a little risky in hindsight, but different, to take a free-to-play PvP raid shooter and do something with it. So we rushed a trailer together. I wish the reception had been better, but in hindsight, we made a trailer to entertain really quickly and didn't show the gameplay loop, and that's different and unique.
I technically can't.
Despite the online noise, the team stayed quiet. The next time players saw Highguard, it would be live and able to speak for itself.
I can't today. Sorry.
34.96%, 24,000 reviews. Yeah, speaking pretty loudly for itself, I would say. The next time players saw it,
You may have to go play with her, Mike.
With multiplayer releases, the game lives or dies based on whether it can find a big enough audience.
Too much stuff I
While
gotta
Highguard is free to play, meaning that there's very little barrier to entry. The ads are still stacked. Yes, the ads were stacked. That was the problem. The odds are still stacked against it. At the preview event where I spoke to members of the team, it was impossible to miss the mix of pride and trepidation about the game's first appearance. So here we are, we're launching the game now, and the team is resilient and enthusiastic. They've made a ton of games in their careers. We've seen highs and lows. I think ultimately we believe wholeheartedly in what we've created. Yep. There you go. Well, so yeah, it didn't go very well. It didn't go very well for them. Oh my God. Yeah, this does feel like another Concord in the making, right? This is a huge disaster. 90%. Again, here we go. Concord Trilogy confirmed. Concord, Marathon, and Highguard. That's amazing. There we go. Trilogia Concord. Oh God, Highguard isn't DOA. In fact, after 4 hours, I'm convinced it's one of the best new shooters in years. Maybe, and Jeff Keighley's looking at it, maybe they can pull a No Man's Sky and, in about 5 to 8 years, the game will be worth playing. Because I was there, I remember No Man's Sky when it launched. It was 2016, and actually Squid King was very young, and he was so excited for this game, and he actually waited up all night to be able to play it at launch, because he loves sci-fi, space stuff. And he was like, oh my God, this is going to be the best game ever. It's going to be like Minecraft in space. And he got it. He stayed up all night. And he's like, oh my God, this is not what I thought it was going to be. Now the game is freaking amazing. The game, No Man's Sky, if you haven't played it, you absolutely must play it. Don't play it on consoles. Get the PC version. But there have been so many free updates that the game is just absolutely incredible. But it took them a long time to get there. It took them like in 5 years, I'd say, to make it worth playing. And now there's so much you can do, it's almost overwhelming. But so they can pull out a tailspin, but it's a live service game, so I don't think it's going to last. Here we go. Dolo says, my face when yet another corporate game turns out to be boring slop that only interests those same corporate folks in terms of numbers and statistics. Can't believe we actually got Concord 2 with Highguard. Oh my God. That graph looks familiar. Play strange identity politic game, win no prizes.
We gotta get this stuff done.
So. Who could have seen this coming?
We'll see though.
It's not a bad game. Michigan Gaming says the large majority of the people's reviews have less than 30 minutes played. Well, it can't be that good of a game. If people aren't playing it for more than 30 minutes, it can't be that good of a game. You got to give the game a chance. You got to go to the movie and then show us your ticket stubs. And even then, we're going to say you didn't see the movie if you give us a review you don't like. I mean, it's day one, people. It's day one. But that's it. First impressions are everything, right? I think if they hadn't teased it at the Game Awards in the way they did,
they probably would have had a better idea. Yeah, I think so too. I think, but no.
The game's not bad. It's just boring and been done to death.
Yeah.
It's not the idea of the game is bad. It's the look and feel. The game looks blurry on console. The gunplay feels off. This isn't a game you need to give time to find out if you like it. It's hero shooter, 30 minutes.
Hey, MS, what's going on?
Yeah. If it didn't run like hot ass, it'd be pretty fun. It's generic and people don't like that. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. I mean, you have one chance. You have one chance to sell people in this game. Talk to a girl.
It's alright, you're perfectly fine.
Oh, God. This is the biggest game I've ever had the privilege to reveal. This is going to blow your mind. I'm terrified life will never be the same after it.
Oh, God.
Highguard beats Conqueror by having better character designs. That is actually, I guess, a little true. I guess. Yes. Conqueror was like, that was bizarre. That was like, they deliberately went out of their way to, what happened to her here? They deliberately went out of their way to antagonize people like that. They were like, what? They've got enough straight white men in this game, and it did not go well. And it was almost like a parody. It really was. I swear this is the last time. All right, ZR says, but can we talk about how this played out word for word like the script we also coming? Jeff played his assigned role, we played ours, and some invisible higher force was directing the whole thing from behind the curtain. Welcome home. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're at a point where the industry is screwed. Unless it's a major hit, everything seems to flop now. It's going to be the game apocalypse when GTA 6 releases, says Vaughn Fry. No investor will back anything after knowing that full well no game will be able to match its success. That's probably true. I mean, we are at a weird place with gaming where all of the excitement, I think, is in the indie space, but there's so many indie games out there that very few of them get a lot of individual attention because they don't have the corporate backing. But the corporate stuff that gets all the advertisements isn't very good. So, so I don't know what to do. I was actually listening to a podcast earlier today talking about the video game crash. And I feel like we're there again. And you see why and how it happened the first time in the 80s. Really? And I'm waiting for all the international people
I think that's straight up
there was
sarcasm.
no video game crash in the 80s. What are you talking about? I was playing my MSX computer, my Spectrum, and my whatever, Commodore, whatever. Yeah, no, there was. In the US, it was pretty bad. And it was all because of corporate greed. It was all because there were no guardrails on the quality of games being released. It was just, money being thrown around. Warner Brothers, with Atari, they thought the gravy train was never going to run out. The people would buy whatever slop was put in front of them. And I feel like we're kind of there again, right? Except now, instead of games costing a couple of $1 million maybe to produce, and then, they're getting cranked out in a weekend. They cost like $300 million, and one failure can bankrupt the company. There were so many companies.
Oh, I see. We have the fan on, so we have to keep the fan on because it's going to make the
high in the 80s. I had no idea that 83 or 82, I think it was the biggest year for video games until like the mid 90s, and we're talking 80s money. There were so many companies that popped up and disappeared almost overnight. And I feel like we're kind of there again. Everybody's rushing. It again, ironically, it was Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers, screwed up with Suicide Squad and some other things. But
it's not only that, but the games that they keep pushing is agenda-driven stuff, and no one wants to hear that crap. That's why a lot of games like Repo and Peak don't focus on gender ideology or identity politics and that crap. You should draw things that you have a harder time drawing. That's the problem with y'all. You guys don't improve because you guys try to draw anything but what you need to improve on. Y'all need to learn how to improve on your artwork. But no one wants to do that. This is why people go on the term and say the word, what was it? Art block. There's no such thing. Art block does not exist. The way that we use it, it does not exist. Does not exist. Okay, there you go. Wait, what? What is this? Yep, I did. Most people don't go and watch it because it might call them out.
But I feel like we're there again, where the corporate greed and it's just stupid games are going to lead to people winning stupid prizes. Because right now, again, I'm editing a video where I put together a retro MU station with a mini PC. Plays like every game worth playing from the 70s through the mid 2000s, whatever, 2015, even if you want to push it. I don't need to play new games. Like, I don't think anybody, there's so many games out there you have never heard of that are worth playing, that are worth your time over this stuff, right? And you can play them and beat them and move on to something else, and it's not going to be this 10-year time sink. This whole thing, this live service thing,
needs to
if the
die.
game's not good, why would you invest so much time in it? Everybody wants to replicate Fortnite. I don't think that's...
Fortnite and Genshin Impact, those are the two. Fortnite and Genshin. Fortnite is literally, in all honesty, it's just a legend on its own. Whether you hate it or love it, it's a thing on its own. Like, it's a thing just by itself. It's its own thing. It is its own main character. We're just living in it. So when everyone tries to be the same main character, you just gotta harken back to the original protagonist, if you get what I'm saying. It's just like, it makes no sense.
Going to happen anytime soon.
Just wasting your time.
And we've already seen what happens to live service games.
Like, I looked at High Guard. High Guard, if you look at the game, High Guard looks like Titanfall. It just looks like Titanfall. I mean Titanfall, Apex Legends, sorry. It looks like Apex Legends, that's it. Nothing more.
How many thousands of dollars and thousands of hours of your life playing a game they could just delete tomorrow?
Yeah, that too. That's the craziest part. They can just delete the game tomorrow, and all that time you spent trying to get good at some stupid game, gone. Absolutely gone. Gone. The future sucks.
No record up.
I kind of liked it best when people thought video games was just for children and call it a day. Miss those days.
No way to play it, right? So why get invested?
Yeah, it makes
why
no
get
sense.
invested in the first place? It's all vaporware, man. It's all vaporware. All of it. It is. It's they're not real games. They don't really exist. They're just a subscription service, and they're gonna come and go. This thing's dead on arrival. It's just another. I mean, I can't even get I don't give a shit when we're in another. It's just like, this is how AAA dies. This kind of shit. This is the new chase the chuck wagon, right? If we're talking Atari 2600, this kind of shit. They're chasing the chuck wagon, infinite profits for these corporations, and this is how it ends. And players are saying, no, we don't want this. We don't want it. Let's go play something else. Go plug in some cartridges. Go, buy an old DS. Go play some old arcade games. You're going to get more satisfaction out of it, and you're not going to have to hear from the terminally online developers about what awful people you are, or whatever today's political hot take is. I'm just saying, a lot of reasons to go backwards. I'm going to wrap it up. Please subscribe. We'll talk later.
That's sad. It's alright, it's perfectly fine. You're good.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Okay, this one says, as I'm working, it says, the comic book industry is eating itself in real time. Not surprised on that one. I don't think anyone's surprised on that.
Mark it on your calendars. We're going to talk about the comic book industry again, and we're not talking about it because of the product. We're talking about it because of the environment that these creators work in, which might explain the product, right? It might to some degree. But look, the comic book community is not a very welcoming place for a lot of people. And there is definitely a crabs in the bucket mentality in the comic book industry. There really isn't any small creator space online. Mm-hmm. And as resources are drying up, everybody's starting to eat each other. And apparently there's a professional Slack channel out there where a bunch of creators, including some of the people working with Scott Snyder, are throwing Scott Snyder under the bus. And people are surprised by this.
not surprised by this at all because like we saw something similar with Disney comics.
Oh my
Any
God,
small niche like subset of the comics industry. Also webcomics.
Yep.
You know, everybody
Also
be your
YouTube.
friend.
I'm gonna be honest,
where
YouTube
in a
is
bucket?
very much the same.
Crab in the bucket. I
But
think.
webcomics, everybody be your friend until you start doing better than them, and then suddenly they don't talk to you anymore because you did better than they did. It would be that, or it'd be people who would like worship the ground, people that been around a while, walked on, and then they treat you like your shit, but you were doing better than the people they worshipped. But they always saw you as like underneath them, even though you're kicking their ass. It's the weirdest thing, and it's usually tied to like comics and stuff.
Yeah, the creatives are a very weird lot. I kind of consider myself an anti-creative, I think, in some ways. Like, I'm a creative person, but I'm also very logical and business-minded, and a lot of creators are just, unfortunately, led by their feelings.
I'm led by my... It's really funny because I am an INFJ, and you are an I... Was IN...
I am an INTJ, which is apparently
Oh God!
the Machiavellian
Gotta turn this
scheme.
down. Turn this down now. I don't want my mother hearing this crap. I have a big head. She like bringing this crap up every 5 seconds. Turn this down.
You wouldn't think that T and F...
It annoys the hell out of me and my father.
Except you trust me, it becomes an issue sometimes.
I am not. No.
Yeah, it does. I'm not a very touchy-feely person. I
got
am
you,
more
bro.
so with my wife, obviously, but just in general, like anybody that knows me, they have a really hard time reading me. You're one of the few people that can actually read me. Geeky can actually read me really well, but most people, I'm poker-faced, and they don't like that. The emotion on the avatar that never changes, that's the expression I have on my face most of the time.
Yeah,
So
usually.
it's like-
But,
I know.
creatives
That's why I don't like
tend
bringing
to
it up. It's a gaslighting
gut
thing that
instinct.
tells a lot of people. It's like, it's this. I look at that as the same as people saying they're Aquarius or a Sagittarius and Aries and all that crap. I'm like, bro, even that might be true to a degree, but honestly, most of it is just going to gaslight you to think you're some type of special individual. Probably you're more horrible than it's saying. Like, it'll say, like, you are a trustworthy, honest person who really speaks their mind. Similar to the last person saying very strong-willed and all that stuff. I'm like, bro, shut up. You're all horrible. I'm horrible. Y'all horrible. All that stuff is just like gaslighting thing to make people feel like they're special than they are. No, it's just it's to accommodate the mentally ill because they think they're so special. No, bro. You might be some of those things or even one of those things, but you're not all of those things. And even if you fit all of them, majority of us do not follow those things on a massive scale on an everyday basis. We're all horrible in our own way, whether we want to admit it or not.
good emotion. Like I know I always have. But you definitely are more. You straddle this like weird thing where
It's
you're
like a narcissistic thing.
but you're also very I don't want to say like corporate-y and logical.
That's fair because I've never. I'm gonna be honest. I have never fit in with the art crowd. Like even going back to school, right? I used to hang out with all
I
the
never liked it, and but I remember my mom came across this INJF thing. Once she got into that and she started listening to that crap, she'll bring that crap up every 5 seconds when she's having an argument with my dad, or with me, and she likes to bring that up like it's some type of gotcha. I'm like, bro, you sound stupid. Like I'm just like being honest, and you're in your 50s. Stop saying this. You sound crazy. You sound insane. Stop it. You sound stupid.
I never.
I even said that you sound dumb.
I never fit in with them.
I was uptight with them too.
It wasn't even about being uptight. It was just like I'm looking at what they're doing, and I'm like, you're not.
Yes, like you were like they're all the same.
No
Just word differently. It's pretty much like the Zodiac thing, but it's supposed to be like based on your intelligence and emotional intelligence and all that crap. It's just a way to just let the mentally ill say what they want because they feel like, or there's some type of empath or some stupidness. Empath, or whatever the hell the term is. It's just to accommodate the mentally ill and deranged or terminally ill on the internet. Just, no. Just to let you know, me saying all of that got me in trouble on TikTok. Instantly, I would have been like hate speech or misinformation or some stupid nonsense. So this is why I don't stream on TikTok anymore. TikTok is ass.
In hell, and the most successful creators, the people that I admire the most, and in the comic book space, it's guys like Todd McFarlane, Rob Liefeld, Mark Miller, people that have business sense, right? They have a business sense, and they can do the things they want to do because they've found a way to make it profitable, and then they can hire other people to help them. Those are the people I respect the most. What I don't respect, or really even understand, I'm going to be honest, the people I don't understand are people that just bitch about other creators, but they don't really do anything to improve their situation. And we saw this a lot in comics. This is part of the reason, I mean, we noped out of comics because the money wasn't there, but not only was the money not there, but you had to deal with this bullshit too. And it's on every level. It's
that'd be better for me. If it was on Twitter,
movie.
that'd be better. I can actually speak my mind, but I'm not gonna risk it. I'm already on a first strike warning on TikTok already, and I don't know how that's gonna translate. I don't trust TikTok like that. I never really did. I just did it because it was my biggest platform. I don't like it. I actually was happy when it got shut down. I got pissed off. I was literally legitimately mad when it got brought back within like 24 hours. I was super happy it was gone. I literally had like a whole, like, it felt like a weight was gone off me. I don't have to stream in this horrible place anymore. So, I hate TikTok with a passion. I just only work with them because it's my biggest thing, so I can get as much people to see what I do. That's it. Nothing more. Has been in your house.
The DCs, it's going down to webcomics. It's definitely big in like the IDW, Dark Horse, like, you know, B-list scene too. But I am surprised to see it, I guess, at the top, because I always thought, you know, Marvel and DC, those people were like, again, once upon a year, they were the Todd McFarlane, John Byrne level guys. They were kind of above it all. They didn't really slum it with people in the minor leagues. But now everything's minor leagues because comics don't sell like they
Well, not
used
just that,
to.
but like people, you're always get people trying to like nip at your heels, trying to take you down to get your spot.
Oh,
I think that's what happens to these people. You've seen this mentality very much so. With
Didn't
the comic
King
industry
Kai
in the
put
last
everyone on the same regimen as Goku when they went to
And you have,
Otherworld
that's when everything
after
started
being
going
killed
down
by the
shitter, and
Saiyans?
that's when you had everybody trying to, campaign, make sure you better publicly
Like
denounce
Yamcha
this,
and
that, or the
Tien
other,
and-
or we're gonna
and
have Whisper
Piccolo?
Networks get you fired. It'd be a real shame if no one carries your comics in their stores.
Yes.
You had this mentality going on that, you know, you had to follow suit, and a lot of people that, or you're out, a lot of people that were, they thought leaned politically right were getting kicked out, not called. And so they've been pulling this shit for a while. So
Wait
it
a
doesn't
minute.
surprise me one iota that the people that are left are all going to turn on each other, because we said they're going to eat you, they're going to eat you last, because they're just jealous
Yes, they
little
did.
bitches.
But
who are
like
mad that
the
you're
thing
this
is, I
fucking-
wonder, like, Goku had like these big red weights on his wrists and legs. Was that in Otherworld, or was that when he was on the spaceship? I can't remember. Right? I said the same thing. Yeah, only I think Yamcha and Tien learned the Spirit Ball, but not the Spirit Bomb. Yeah. Oh, it was on Otherworld? Okay. Because I was so certain it was in the spaceship when he was going to Namek.
Spot you're in, and they're going to do everything they can to try to thinking in their wrongly in their head that if they get rid of you, that means that they're going to get to move up.
Yeah, he
and,
would.
You know, sometimes it's right.
Surprised he
sometimes
never
it's wrong,
really
but
bothered to try it.
It's ridiculous. It's like psychotic thought process there.
Yeah, and I said on Twitter, and people they got so pissed at me too. I was
Oh,
real
he would've been
surprised.
crazy with
I'm
that.
kind of like laying off Twitter. I'm tweeting every once in a while, but I'm not going to do the day-to-day anymore. But they got mad because I was kind of blasting art communities and online communities, because I'm like, no, it's basically Survivor, right? You're going to have people
only
that
one
are
time. I think he had Spirit Ball one time. Yamcha was known for using the Spirit Ball at least a few times. But I think Krillin used it one time, and that was in the Saiyan Saga, I believe. I could be wrong. You can correct me on that one.
Working with you, or you think they're working with you, but really they're working for themselves. And when it comes down to it, they will use you and use your platform, and then, when it's every man for themselves, they'll knife you in the back too.
They don't have to wait for every man for themselves.
It's such a long time since I've seen Dragon Ball.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! Yeah.
We had one that was working for us, and we were paying them the rates. Actually, I think we were paying them better.
We're paying them more than IDW.
Than they went to.
Yes.
And then they waited. And they never turned something in time because they had a headache. And then you go look, and they were doing fan art, like for
fan art. Yeah.
And then they finally got a gig with, I think it was.
I think
IDW,
Goku
and
gave it
then
to him for like to
your name
throw.
Yeah.
And
I think it was
the
Goku.
fact that you did stuff with them
When he
to
was
get themselves
injured by
engaged. And then
Vegeta's
they
crushing.
bailed on us. And I was like, well, good luck with that because they're not going to pay you up front. And nor are they going to put up with your I've got a headache bullshit. But that's what they did.
That's I've got a headache. I can't perform. I've got a headache. So yeah, before we really get into this,
Not gonna lie, Vegeta was giving to that boy something fierce though. He was getting, like the man was literally being on like an 8-year-old. I think he was beating on that boy something fierce.
Basically, what happened for those of you who weren't paying attention or didn't know or didn't care, because frankly, not enough people care about the comic book industry to even pay attention to the drama. It used to be everybody, they were all into the drama and the ambulance chasing, and now they just don't care. They're like, oh, so and so's acting up again. Oh well. So Bleeding Cool ran an article talking about a comic book creator, Patrick Kindlin, who is doing work for Image right now, and he put a video out there talking about all the gossip and the backbiting in the comic book industry.
Sounds like a 12-year-old steroid. Let's go.
Recently, a big writer started the blind item list.
I don't know that thing is coming. Let's go.
Outraged is that right? Outed as a big snitch, a fellow that tries to hurt other people's careers by virtue of going to the guy that can hurt your career and exposing you for having an opinion.
No way. The fight within the Saiyan saga? No, he was like 8. Was he 8? No, no. He was like 12. He was like 12 in Cell Saga. He was 4? No way. Chi-Chi will not let her 4-year... No. Oh, I was about to say.
Right? So some people got jammed up on this because they thought they were among friends and could speak freely, but it turns out that they couldn't.
So from my understanding, it was like a Slack channel that was private, and they were talking shit about Scott Snyder. And then somebody took screenshots and sent it to him.
Yeah, that's what
my understanding.
Yeah, so that's what kicked all this off, and now the drama is escalating. So obviously the guy was not talking about Scott Snyder because they were talking shit about Scott Snyder, but they've narrowed it down to some names. I mean, this is part of the course. We can talk about that.
But some of the people that were complaining, from my understanding, were actually working with him currently.
Yeah.
And talking shit, and then
they
sent him all their their stuff.
Yeah, we'll talk about that because that is something we have seen a lot of ourselves. So before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You'll get a woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Go out to more.clownfishtv.com. That's moreclownfishtv.com for more Clownfish TV. We've got bonus episodes out there. That is how you support the channel if you're so inclined. We do not do super chats or memberships on this channel, so if you want to support us, go out to more.clownfishtv.com. So all these creators are in this Slack, and they're bitching about Snyder while actually taking work for him. So he's not part of it. So maybe he's one of these guys who, like McFarlane or Liefeld, is just like, I'm kind of above it. I don't want to get involved in this shit.
Or they're just making a group
33
that
at the
nobody
end of
talk about.
Well, like me too.
Back,
Just
which is
talk
most
shit.
likely what I would guess.
Wow, that's actually kind of crazy.
One absent creator was Snyder, and it was his omission that apparently led some members to consider the group chat as an appropriate place to start bitching about Absolute Batman and the Absolute Universe line from DC Comics, which have been getting extraordinarily high sales as of late. Now that's debatable. I think by current comic book industry standards, we did a video on this. I don't believe the sales numbers are as high as DC is reporting internally. I think that they're good because, but again, relatively speaking, the comic book industry is in such a decimated state right now that, we're not going to get another Jim Lee X-Men #1, right? It's not going to happen.
Is that really true? Is that really true?
It's interesting because I keep hearing all these stories about oh my God, the Absolute line and the Ultimate lines are selling so well that people are just opening comic shops left and right. I'm like, the fuck they are. If they're opening shops or selling Pokemon cards.
Wait, if they're opening shops left and right over one book, that would be
great business model.
That would be insane. That's like ludicrous. That would be really dumb.
Yeah, you did.
It would be an incredibly stupid.
I'd say who's that stupid, but there probably are people that are that stupid. But that would be colossally ill-timed and not very smart.
I can almost guarantee you if they're opening shops that they're selling Pokemon cards and shit, manga, because that's what sells. That's what's keeping these shops in business. As people who have just closed a shop of their own after 5 years. God. What is keeping shops in business?
Okay, Rudo's done.
Cards and manga and toys and video games, retro games, that kind of stuff. It's not the comic books. I mean, the comic books might be good gravy money, but yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, this book's only been out for less than 2 years, and we're gonna just open a shop so we can.
I'm pretty sure he
Nobody's
does.
doing that.
Given that he was born by his father.
They were also arguing that it was sucking all the attention away from.
Do we still refer to him as Junior? Like they stopped calling him that.
Yeah, jealous little bitches. Yeah, crams in a bucket.
Now, to be fair, that was an argument I heard last year from some executives, taking in the impact of Ultimate and Energon Universe as well. But Absolute Batman has recently put all their sales in the shade,
you can't
and all without a blind bag.
That's like a real thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's like if people want to read it, they're going to read it, and that doesn't mean. And this is that stupid. I've mentioned this before. It's that soap opera mentality. And what I mean by that is the soap opera. You always have this one character who has the hots for like.
They stop going by that name, right?
And they have it in their head. Well, if I kill his girlfriend or wife, he's going to love me. And it doesn't mean that if you kill his girlfriend or wife, he's going to turn to you or love you. It doesn't mean that at all. They have it in their head because they're nuts. That if they off the other person, and that means that they're free to just, that they can just step in and take over. They have it in their head that if these books,
I thought it was love too. Honestly, you're not wrong. I thought it was love too. Yeah, probably. I honestly was under the impression that Absolute Batman was loved as well. So that's kind of weird to hear that people are mad at it, unless there was some form of story run that happened and kind of just retcon something.
Sellers. But you are a bestseller because no one wants your shit to begin with. And a lot of you have bad reputations attached to your name. They know what you put out. They have zero desire to read it. Plus, you've gone out of your way to be antagonistic towards the fan base. I'm not saying these people working on the current one are either. Exactly. But if it's good, people will buy it. If it's not good, they're not going to buy it. So just getting rid of somebody doesn't mean that your book's going to sell.
Yeah, I saw the same mentality with Brandon Sanderson. I remember everybody attacking Brandon Sanderson.
If you want to.
And they were all kind of like, well, he owes it to us because he sucked all the air out of the...
I don't think a lot of people know what that is.
He owes you shit. So here's another thing, too. And I'm going to be very blunt. This is where I take off the creator hat and I put on the corporate hat. But I wear the corporate hat a lot more often. And this pisses people off, too. Fuck you, I don't care. So... your friends in the industry are also your competitors, right? Please be aware of that and keep that in the back of your mind. So that, at the end of the day, if it's you or them for a gig, sometimes they're not going to be your friends. Sometimes they're not going to, like, if somebody's got to feed their family, you got to feed your family. If, comic book creators can still afford to have families, which I doubt, but let's just assume they can. If the other, the spouse is working. If it comes down to you or them, what do you think they're going to do? Do you think they would maybe say some shit to make sure you lose that gig so they get that gig? These gigs are drying up. These comic books are not paying what they used to. So
I hate to say it, it's not a new thing. Trust
not
me,
a new thing.
Something that Neon's run into before.
Yeah, even like we're talking under better economic circumstances 10, 15 years ago, working on licensed books, it was cutthroat. You had a lot of people, I think, I'm going to be honest, I think some people are friendly with you because they want to know what you're doing so they can keep an eye on you and or snipe opportunities that you have been presented with.
And they'll be more than willing to work with you as long as you know your place and
as long as you know your place.
That you're going to be underneath them and you can they'll get you a gig doing something like small, but then you should be thankful you got in there.
Yes.
For them.
Case in point.
And that's one of the things why I hate about that, because you're always beholden to that person for the rest of your life now. It wasn't for me. I was like, ugh. Like, great. Alright, let's watch it after this. It makes sense. Makes sense. Everyone does that thing where, it wasn't for me, you want to be X, Y, and Z. And you're beholden to that person every time. Every time.
There was, and I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail here, it was a long time ago, but working on licensed books, there was the usual suspects that worked on a lot of these books, going from publisher to publisher. And a couple of these people thought that they were kind of owed a gig at every one of these publishers, and they were basically like, okay, well, we're all gonna, almost like a union, like we're all gonna go together and approach this new publisher and say, hey, we got all this experience working on these books, and we're all gonna go along for the ride together. Well, that's great in theory until you find out that in one particular case, they all got together and tried to get themselves a gig with the new publisher, and guess who got cut out of that conversation? So guess what I did? The next time that the publishing operation changed hands, I went out on my own and got a gig, and they were not very happy with me because I stepped out of line. And I haven't really talked to a lot of those people since then, and that's fine because
they made sure that they told each other, but they didn't tell you. And then,
yeah, that's fine.
And then, the one I'm thinking of, like they were fine. Like you used to do colors on stuff. They were going to go get Disney books, and it was okay as long as you knew you would be the colorist.
Yeah, I got to be the bridesmaid.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh yeah, you can help my friend, and it was the editor's friend. You can help my friend look better, but you can't. And so I'm like, fuck you. And I went and got my own gig. I got cover work, bitch. So that was fine. But this is the way from top to bottom. It's, I guess I'm surprised to see it at the DC level because the money is slightly better, you know. But I shouldn't be surprised. But back in the day, it used to be that when you got to Marvel and DC, that you were kind of a different caliber of creator. You crawled out of the bucket, and everybody working at Marvel and DC, for the most part, were just, you know, professionals, and there wasn't this whole, like, Marxist mentality going on. But now I'm seeing a lot of these people have that same mentality. And
it's dangerous,
a lot of the professionals already left because the money wasn't there.
A lot of Marxists are very jealous individuals who focus on power. They only focus on power. That's the whole shtick. It's all about power, control, and power. They complain about other people having power, but they want the power themselves. That's the irony about that. That's the whole shtick of being a Marxist. That's
aggravation. Like, why the fuck would you want to work for hardly any money and have to always look over your shoulder to see if you're going to get knifed in the back? Right?
Yeah.
The comic book industry does not act like an industry. It's a club, and it's not just.
I think it's more of a clique, but yeah.
It is, but it's not like other industries, and I think it's because of the size. And we were talking about this today. We're like, I think they deliberately try to keep things small. Like, they need comics to be successful enough to keep them on the payroll, but they don't want to get too big. Because then you're going to get outsiders coming in, and corporate's going to pay attention.
They complain if it's not big enough. It's like, but you don't want it big because you can't control everything. You can't vet everyone. And even the people that are all on the same quote unquote side are backstabbing each other in back channel.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I mean, this is like, and water's wet. It's a day that ends in Y, because we were a part of that industry. We've seen this shit time and time and time again. Across webcomics, across comics, multiple times we've seen this. I mean, it actually was worse in the comic industry than it was webcomics, surprisingly. But this is no shock surprise to me at all.
There's money involved.
Yeah.
So when there's actual, like, it's not even that great of money, but as long as there's some money involved, then people are going to be knifing each other in the back.
I forgot about the guy who ran Hiveworks. So you never mind.
God,
he was definitely up there.
So I would say, and yeah, here are some of the names. I mean, you can go out to banging in the comics to see the names. It's Matthew Rosenberg, Chip Zdarsky, Jerry Duggan, Cy Spurrier, Frank Barbieri, I think that's how I pronounce his name, Denise Camp, James Tynion IV, and Kelly Thompson, who actually worked on Absolute Wonder Woman, which is part of Scott Snyder's thing, right? So it's like, okay, again, you don't shit where you eat, so that's probably not a good thing. And just assume, you know, any kind of DM or any kind of correspondence or whatever, just assume somebody's going to look at it. Even if somebody from the company, even if it's like Discord or Slack or something like that, you can have employees from the company peeking in to see what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And also, at the end of the day, you can be professional, you can be helpful, you can recommend people or whatever, but reminder, you guys are each other's competition, right? So, and you always have to think about that. And you know, I learned that the hard way. I had a guy who I was really good friends with for years.
I was thinking about that.
And you know, RIP, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but I had a guy that I was friends with, and you know, I always thought, well, he had my back, I had his back, and he's just giving me, you know, advice because he's trying to help me. just like I'm trying to help him. Well, that wasn't the case. He actually, in one instance, tried to talk me out of going to DC Comics. I actually had an interview with DC Comics in the late 90s, and he tried to talk me out of it because he's like, oh, you're just selling out, blah, 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 blah. Here the guy was working on his own portfolio for DC and then got himself a gig at DC.
Well, the thing was, you didn't even know about it. People that did know about it told you later. They're like, wait, you didn't know about that? That's what he was doing. He was telling you not to do it. You also put his comic online because he didn't know how to do it. And then
I was trying to be helpful. Yeah.
And he went around telling everybody he was one of the forefathers of webcomics, and it's like,
he got himself. Yeah, I know he got himself. But dude, the dude, I had to talk him into it. Dude didn't know shit about. Again, I'm not trying to talk smack about the dead guy, but he didn't know anything about the internet. I helped him get on the internet because that's what I was doing.
You kept putting up for him because he didn't know.
I put up for him, and then all of a sudden he's like a webcomic pioneer. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's like you had to force him to do it.
Yeah, and then I started to run everything back through my mind over the years. I'm like, no, it was always like one compliment with like 2 or 3 negative.
To
keep you in your place.
Yeah. That one backhanded friend who will say backhanded things. They'll give you like one compliment here and there, but they'll say a lot of evil things. Like they'll say not directly mean, but they'll always pick something negative and give you like they'll give you like 10 negative things and not even a solution. They'll just say 10 negative things in a joking manner or something, but they give you like one compliment so it masks the issue at the same time. Yeah, we've seen this. Yeah, that's those backhanded individuals who are claim to be your friend, but they're not really your friend. Like even if they're like criticizing you, they criticize but don't give a solution. They just criticize. Yes, those are the ones you don't want to deal with. Yep, that's crazy. I hate that.
That's what I'm talking about, and you really need to
You
watch
are a
that.
useful idiot. Sorry.
A useful idiot, yes, and they're the
Don't
industry.
be the useful idiot.
The industry, every creative industry, is full of people like this. They're
Go for a useful idiot.
They're very much frenemies. They're gonna plug you for info. They're gonna make it out like they're helping you. They might even do you a really big favor, but then they're gonna want to come collect on that favor later. And that's, you gotta watch out for that, right?
People
So that's
why
what.
are you more joiners? I'm like, well,
I've told people
we have
this.
decades of stories.
I told people this before. They were like, "Why don't you go on whatever? Why don't you join this group or that group or
We
whatever?"
want to do stuff like that. Sometimes we can make it fit, but we're just also very. We don't want people to be responsible for stuff we say. We don't want to be responsible for stuff other people say. And we've had so many instances of being useful idiots that we just don't want to.
Right, and comics is full of people like this. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's weird because I guess in like an actual office setting, you're going to have HR, you're going to have some other people that kind of run interference. But the comic book industry is all freelancers. A lot of them have never worked real jobs, so this is this is how they act like children, and it's like art school, just never ended for a lot of these people. High school never ended for a lot of these people. And this is what they're going to do. But again, the people that are successful stay out of this shit. The Todd McFarlanes, the Rob Liefelds, or if they're going to say it, they're just going to put it out there publicly. Rob Liefeld has very controversial opinions. I think he's right like 95% of the time because he would know. But people don't like to hear it. You can have somebody who obviously would know the answer to something because they've done it, come out and say, hey, it works this way, not that way. And people are like, no, you're just a bigot. You're just a whatever.
What's that like?
Yeah, I know, right?
Looking at you, animation. Anyway,
but it's full of, like, all these creative industries are full of people like this because this is their thing, right? A lot of these people, I think there's a psychology behind it. I think they weren't popular, or their parents told them it was a waste of time, or what I'm saying. There's some kind of psychology, and then they get in there and they're like, I'm going to be the queen bee, I'm going to be the whatever, and come hell or high water, I'm going to do this. And yeah, it's cutthroat. I mean, it really is. And the money's not there, so people are going to get worse. And all these people are seeing is everybody's talking about Ultimate, they're talking about Energon Universe, they're talking about Absolute, and it pisses them off. I'm like, well,
again, it doesn't mean that they're going to love yours if they're gone.
Right. And Walking Dead was huge. Fable was huge.
What's going on, guys?
Books. Mm-hmm. Right? So you can do it, but being a whiny little bitch isn't going to help
No,
your case
it's also going to make it look difficult make it in the industry.
Oh, yeah.
If you're going to be known as being difficult. which is, you know, not something you want to do. So, are we going to wrap this up?
Yeah, let's wrap this up. So, there we go, guys. Welcome to comics. This is what we don't talk about very much. It's depressing all the way around. But please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Okay. Alright, so Nathaniel sent me this video called High CHD from, that's the guy's name, High CHD. And it says, absolute Batman triggers racist DC fans. I don't know how that's possible, but let's see.
As we're back with another YouTube video. Welcome to another episode of High CHD Goes on Twitter. Have you guys been reading Absolute Batman? Because I have. Or at the very least, I keep track of the story through YouTube videos. I don't really buy comics like that. But I'm loving it. I love this new take on Batman. He's just an absolute fucking beast of a person. He chops people's limbs off, uses flamethrowers, fights villains that are straight up out of a Dark Souls game. Like, yo, what the fuck is that? But he did something pretty recently that I loved, which is beating the shit out of corrupt police officers and breaking the elbow of a white supremacist. My man was saying white pow. He was about to do the salute and everything, and then Batman just destroys him. Easily top 10 absolute Batman moments. And holy fuck, the racists on Twitter are losing it. Yes, believe it or not, there are actually people on Twitter who got offended by Batman being against racists, being against the white power movement. Like, they legitimately think this is controversial for the character to do. I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but like, Batman has always been against Nazis. Superman is historically against Nazis and the Klan. There are countless examples of superheroes beating the shit out of white supremacists. It's so weird how these people call themselves comic book fans while the heroes themselves fight against literally everything they stand for. It's honestly hilarious. Let's take a look at how some of these Batman fans reacted to this. This comic book is about hating average Americans, encouraging political violence like the assassination of that guy. Batman murders police. DC Comics wants you dead.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Hey, hang on a second. Let's go back to the first part of what he just said. This comic book is about hating average Americans. Wait. You think a white supremacist should be representative of the average American?
That's kind of weird.
Oh, hell no! Okay, that's pretty interesting. Just to let you know,
are you really saying
if
that?
you watch Batman beating up white supremacists and Nazis, and then go, "Oh my God, why is he beating up people like me?" I think you should take a step back, reflect to yourself, and rethink your life choices, because that is clearly not okay. Batman murders police. DC Comics wants you dead. No. None of them are dead. It just looks like it. This is because Absolute Batman obviously has a more brutal fighting style. They are really stretching it with this one. I'm a fan of the art style, don't get me wrong.
I didn't notice that Absolute Batman have these stripes for capes. I didn't know he had this.
But I mean, seriously, he is fucking caving their skulls in, and he's lighting niggas up with a flamethrower. Like, you're not gonna be able to convince me this is non-lethal. Like, oh, I'm sorry, you're just not. You gotta understand, he didn't kill them, he just burnt them alive. I mean, if the fire kills them afterwards, then, you know, that's not Batman's fault. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep. You're right, bro. You know, this is comic book logic. Technically, none of them are dead. They're just severely fucked up. If this offends you, you're a racist, based, not offended, just tired of everything being about white supremacists, and if you're critical of it, people call you a Nazi. I mean, did you just not see any of Absolute Batman up until this point? The villains he had to fight? Like, this story has not just been about this specific topic. I'm just gonna add this point too. If you guys are tired of media having to tell you that racism is bad, then maybe just stop being racist.
That's not what he's saying. No one said that racism is bad. They're saying they're tired of the same archetype of villain. I don't know where this dude got that idea from. No one said being racist is bad. No one said that. He said he's tired of this one particular thing being used all the time. I get it. I know what he's talking about. But, like, no. It has nothing about you being racist being bad. We already know that's being bad. It's like stealing's bad. We all know that. But if we always constantly watching every show you stealing, it's getting boring. Like, no one said racism is bad. It's just, if we use the same type of stealing metaphor all the time, it's like, nothing new. Bring up a new villain doing something different. I'm saying, like,
it really should be that hard, but no. Every time I go on Twitter, my timeline is flooded with Elon propagating anti-black stereotypes or morons doing shit like this. Huh? It's one of the reasons I'm not active on Twitter. And it's also why comics makes content like this to show that racism is in fact bad. Because as we can see, a lot of folks still don't seem to get this, or they just don't want to get it. Either way, you know, no difference. Did you know DC characters have been fighting Nazis and Klansmen since the 1940s? Based, that's actually a fact. Did you know it took 3 of the whitest countries to take down Germany?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
What the fuck does this have to do with DC? What does this have to do with Batman? Oh lord, the racists are telling on themselves. Fast forward to today, and the descendants of those men are being called inherently racist and evil because of the color of their white skin. No, you moron. The only people who get called racist are people who think their race is superior or that it makes them better than other people. White power is a racist movement. I don't see how white power automatically makes them a Nazi. What? Oh my fucking god. You cannot be serious. For free is wild. Didn't the bad guys from World War II, like, did they believe in, like, Aryan white superiority or something like that? And you have the guy doing the same thing, doing the salute and everything, and these people will still be like, but I don't see how that makes him a Nazi, though. Black Lives Matter burned down cities and destroyed all kinds of things. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't agree with some of the stuff BLM does either, but let's not act like those two movements are the same thing. BLM is not anti-white, just anti-discrimination. They did the things they did because there was racism within the system and there was nothing being done about it. While white power is anti-black and also anti-any other race that isn't white. And suddenly, the left loves billionaires. Absolute Batman is middle class, my G. Also, why are people politicizing this? How did being anti-racist just suddenly become, like, an only left-leaning ideology? Like, dude, y'all are telling on yourselves. You know the internet is cooked with Batman beating up.
Because that's what the left focuses on all the time. Because, that's what the left always focuses all the time. That's why. That's their whole shtick. Whether it's racism or race or like orientation, middle classness, or middle class, like economic class. That's all they focus on. That's all they focus on.
Race is political. Like, when on earth did that become a left-wing mindset? I don't understand it, man.
Since 2015. Since 2015. It's not that hard to figure out. It's 2015. Like, it became more prevalent since 2015. So yeah, that's when it became that.
Not rebels fighting tyranny, but petty thugs who use violence and threats to get what you want. You say how you want to. You can say stick it to the man. All the while, the man produces shit like this to please you. If Batman did exist, he'd be repulsed by hypocritical bastards like you. It's so funny how these people were cool with the guys in literal pig masks beating up defenseless women and children like 3 panels earlier, but they hate on Batman putting a stop to that, something that, you know, he's been doing for like decades. Like, dude, in The Dark Knight, Batman beats up SWAT agents to save regular niggas captured by the Joker. Like, Batman is a person of the people. He is a person for all people. All in all, it's just hilarious to see all these morons flipping out. They're not actual Batman fans. They're not DC fans. They never were. Oh, I'm totally done reading Absolute Batman. Okay, cool. Bye. See ya. And don't hit your head on the way out the door. No one cares. You're not a Batman fan. Batman would be ashamed of people like you. If Absolute Batman saw you in real life, I mean, you better hope that doesn't happen, but...
See, like, that's the thing.
I'm just playing.
Racing,
Anyways.
it's just a vehicle. The IP is usually just a vehicle. It's not the IP's fault for the writer. It's the writer that's doing it. It's the writers that these companies are hiring is the problem. It's not Batman or Wonder Woman or, you know, what I'm saying? Or Superman, or even if we're talking about Marvel, we're talking about like Cyclops or Wolverine or Spider-Man, Captain America.
Guys,
I think one of the biggest flops is when they made Captain America into a Nazi.
Me for this quick little video. Let me know what you guys think. Man, this was so funny. If you guys like what you see, be sure to like the video,
That didn't end
share,
well.
comments on the video, and subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you guys so much for watching, and yeah, I'm out. This was a funny one. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
I think I'll go with Marvel. It's a little bit more edgier compared to DC. DC's like a scout. I'll go with Marvel. It's a little bit more looser on the ends. DC's more like the books, but now since the whole absolute thing has gone through, that might change. I'll say Marvel. Ooh, Crimes of each hero?
Crimes of every hero.
Wait, should I? Would that be a spoiler?
Sentenced to be a hero. At first, Dotto.
You know, nah, that's gonna be a spoiler. I wanna, no. Spider-Man. Oh!
So years ago.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. I don't wanna watch that. Because it's gonna be a big spoiler. Right here. Alright, so it says here, how Lily Singh's lost her entire audience in 1 year. This was 2 years ago.
One of the hottest topics online was the downfall of YouTube titan Lily Singh. Lily is quite literally one of the most successful OG YouTubers from that era. You could almost call her like a female FouseyTube, only without the continuous crash outs and rises.
Oops. Thank you.
Have some fun tonight, babe? Honestly, her worst defense from the start has always been being kind of cringe.
Some people say I look like Sean Paul. Some people say I look like Lil Wayne. Young Moolah, baby.
And really obsessed with her identity politics.
You know, brown girls in particular seem to be species of their own, don't they? I'm sure at least once in his life, every brown guy's asked, what the hell is going through the mind of that brown girl?
Even from the very start, her content was always driven by the fact that she was Indian, often making skits and videos revolving around Indian stereotypes and tropes. This is why I also relate her to Fousey, because his early content was about being Arabic and the common themes that are displayed in a family of that culture.
Huh?
But as time went on, Lily really embraced the meta of YouTube at the time, which was to broadcast yourself. She would hop on camera and rant to say something people found funny about a facet of our society.
He loves you. You think his nipples don't get cold? No, his nipples get hella cold, but he'd rather have freaking snowball nipples than make you feel any bit of cold.
And looking back on it, it's not like any of this content was necessarily groundbreaking, but for the time it was about on par with what you would expect from
Arabic
the platform.
or Arabic.
And in a lot of ways, Lily was kind of leading the way, really being the mainstream voice for the Indian people. Now eventually Lily would parlay this early fame into more like comedy skits, not so much just about being Indian.
Okay, whoa. Just because we both have the same skin color, it doesn't mean we're the same.
Yeah, we're our own people, okay? Stop comparing us.
And I feel like this is where she really hit her stride and started becoming a more mainstream figure in the YouTube space. That was still a much more niche place 10 years ago, as was the concept of an influencer and being able to make a true living online. But Lily was quickly becoming a millionaire, so she starts landing massive collaborations. She becomes friends with Ellen, she becomes friends with The Rock, and all of her videos were getting millions of views.
But I'm launching my YouTube channel soon, and I just need a little bit of advice from the only person I can get it from, you.
Right, of course, YouTube, and obviously I know YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's pretty much my world. It's pretty much like my tube, and I would love to help you get into my tube.
I guess you could say she was definitely on her way to online superstardom, and she would actually continue this run for years, amassing over 14 million subscribers on her YouTube channel, which at the time was obviously considered massive. I mean, even till this day, that is still pretty huge. But obviously, we're now just in like a different era. I would say it's been like the Mr. Beastification of YouTube. I guess you could also say the slop AI era.
And it actually wasn't until around 6 years
always
ago,
been
almost
cringy.
to the day, that her life would be flipped upside down on
All
its
she
head.
talks about,
All through what looks
what she always talks about is she being lesbian and being Indian. Yeah, she constantly brings up her orientation or her race. Like, it's not even funny. She constantly does that. She brings up her orientation and her race. That's usually what are the two things she brings up as a form of joke or trying to use as a form of excuse.
like it could be her greatest opportunity yet. A little late with Lily Singh, her now infamous talk show that would air on
And
NBC.
all she talks about is race and white guys. About racism and white guys all day. All day. And as I check, no.
But now that I'm in this position, I'm super excited to help pave the path. And
That's
as a
all
woman,
she talks
I'm
about.
especially stoked to join this group of people.
Oh God! Whenever a person starts whether as a person or their race, it goes left real fast. They say some insane stuff.
You may be thinking, hey,
Yep.
who's this broad? And where's my straight white male host?
Now, when I reflect on this show, I do kind of have mixed feelings. Because on one hand, I would rather
Black,
get a
y'all.
lobotomy
And I'm
than
black,
sit
y'all.
through the entire
And I'm black,
two-season
black,
run.
black,
but
black,
on the other
y'all.
hand, I don't think that anyone would have been successful under the constraints they placed upon it.
Hello, my name is Lily, and I ain't a white man. My skin got some color, and it ain't a spray tan.
Basically,
See
the
what I'm
budget
talking
was so
about?
small that they had to film 90 episodes in a little over 3 months, meaning she was shooting multiple per day with an undersized writing staff.
Right? Doesn't seem to be many options. Let's try this. Yes! Where am I? Now, this is the type of representation we should be seeing in 2019.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Was this a callback audition for Quirky Best Friend of a White Lead? So doing 3 episodes and 2
This is
sketches.
exactly why they say the left always focus on this way too much. This is exactly why they say the left focus on this way too much.
In one day.
And that's not to even mention that there was a massive delay from when these would be filmed and subsequently released. And I really do feel like late night talk shows rely on current events quite a bit, and this would only become much more noticeable when the pandemic hit, as a lot of the topics she was talking about now seem to be on tone deaf, like making out with people, or going to parties, or basically just being in public places.
Now, I have noticed that my guy friends don't bring new girlfriends around me anymore also. You know, it used to be because they thought I okay, but now, not only can I block, I can rebound, box out, do a layup, and score!
Oh my God. Where? On what? What? On what? On death battles or whatever? Is that what you're referring to? Oh God. Kill me. Hell.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
But beyond that, the biggest issue with the show, and now the biggest issue with her crumbling career, is that absolutely everything is purposely made with exclusivity and her perceived idea of equality in mind.
I swung the pendulum too far. I hate when that happens. Fine, you get one.
Which basically equates to white people always being evil, you know, always being the butt of the
What is
joke,
that?
while minorities are propped up as if we are some sort of Make-A-Wish kids. You
Yeah.
know, in Lily's mind, it's like we always need some sort of social savior.
I understand that for some people, white people, seeing someone like me host a show is terrifying.
Why?
Ball gown, okay. A little overkill though.
So did she forget that Barack Obama was elected back in 2009? Like, did she forget that? Did anyone just forget that we had a biracial president for like 2 terms? No one forgot about that? Like, there's a lot of like rich black people who are like rappers and what do you call it, sports people and writers and all that stuff, both Indian and Asian. It's like people just realized racism was like invented like in 2015. Like, I don't know why do they keep pretending like these people don't exist. Like, it's like look at Oprah. She's like the most richest woman on planet. on the planet. And you notice something, you don't hear anything from Oprah. You notice that, right? No one noticed that no one realized this? A lot of people love Oprah, and this woman don't even talk about stuff. Rarely. I don't understand it either. I think it's just, they figured out as a grift they can make money off.
For when I win my Emmy, which, let's be real, it's inevitable, because a whole bunch of older white people voting for a brown girl will help them get praise from the media.
My writer's room look like a mini United Nations. More than 50% women, people of all races.
Meanwhile, the other kid is like, oh great, another white savior. Because Daniel knows better than to hook up with some rich white lady. But at least it's inclusive, if you know what I mean.
And look, I get that this is her form of some sort of media reparations that she is trying to take into her own hands. But the whole bit became incredibly exhausting very fast. Like, there is nothing clever or new about her observations in regards to racial dynamics. And above all, it just seems like she just shits on white people over and over just
again.
for the
Yes,
sake of
thank
it,
you.
especially
Thank you. This is why I never jumped onto this bandwagon, because once you start doing this race poll thing, it goes left. It's just racist, like, anger towards white people. It's insane. It's like, yeah.
white men.
Next, lunge forward. Just like you want to lunge at Kyle's throat when he steals your idea during the board meeting and then tells you to smile more while he grabs your ass in the elevator.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
What are you talking about? What is she talking about? I don't think it was a million times. Wasn't it The Secret? And when you found out that he just ripped off virtually everything from the Bible? The Bible. Yeah, I think that was... Is that what you're referring to? I think that's what you're referring to, right? Yeah, I think that you're referring to. It was... I think it was called The Secret. And he ripped off virtually everything off the Bible and just reworded everything. And you kind of found out that everything he wrote was just from the Bible specifically. And he then admitted that it was, I think. It was like bar for bar, but just altered in a more simpler way. The Bible! No, it was written by a man. The Secret. Or something like that. So it was written by a dude, I forgot his name, some white guy. It was called The Secret, and everything he wrote was from the Bible. Jimmy.
Identity in comedy is a story as old as time, but Lily just has this very immature, shallow way of approaching the topic every single time. And I also find this all incredibly ironic
That was made by a
because
woman.
she admits that when she initially was pitched this opportunity for this show, they really only wanted her because she was a bisexual woman of color.
Let's break down this offer properly. And
Here we go.
Explain to me the machine that is late night and how historically late night hosts have all looked the same and talked about the same things. This would be an opportunity to do something different and have someone different and kind of make history, and my ego likes making history. Like it does.
You like to be the first to do things, right?
By nature, I am that type of person that's like, oh, growing up, my parents told me not to do this. I absolutely have to do this. Like, I gravitate towards the rebellion always. I know this about myself.
Something that she says over and over and over again.
I don't know. No, I don't know, but I know that Twilight was made by a woman too. So, I don't know.
Bisexual woman of color. Bisexual woman of color gets late night show. Come on. I'm more than just a bisexual woman of color, okay? I almost legally changed my name to bisexual woman of color. But now, thanks to you,
Jesus Christ. Shut up.
your kids will grow up to be bisexual women of color talk show hosts.
It's almost like when someone's trying to be in on the joke, when in reality they don't realize how hilariously ironic it is. And I think that she is incapable of doing so because her ego is so big. Now, needless to say, this show was a massive failure. The viewership was declining by the episode. And after 2 seasons, they eventually canned her and her diversity justice crew.
If you have a problem with me talking about being bi or a woman of color, that's fine. You're 100% entitled to your own opinion. And you can talk all about it on your TV show. Oh wait, you don't have one.
She claims she is, but then again, I don't know how she can be open What throws me off about her saying that she's a bisexual woman of color, being a brown lady, what throws me off is that she is Arabic, right, or Arabic, or what it was, and they're usually Muslim, right, and they do not, as I remember, Muslims do not rock with that whole orientation stuff. They don't rock with that. So I don't know how she can just be so blatantly open. Like, I don't know how that works. Right? So I don't know how she can be like so open, unless she's in America, so being bisexual, even though she's Arabic.
And even beyond the issues with the actual content, I feel like her voice was often so grating. And hearing her go on these long monologues time and time again just killed my brain cells. And honestly, most of the time it seemed like she was just trying way too hard to be funny or relatable.
I'm so single that sometimes I ghost myself just to feel any type of emotion.
No, I'm talking about their religion. That's a religion. That's not a race. They don't rock with that. Their religion do not rock with that.
No worries, fam. Light one up. You're good.
And overall, I feel like this was an opportunity that was handed to Lily prematurely because she did really check off the right boxes and was also popping enough on YouTube with the right certain target demographic for them to take a swing at it.
If you're wondering why I've been chosen to host this show,
I don't know.
television is dying, and the
I thought it was
internet is
Arabic too.
thriving.
People says Arabic. So it is what it is.
But Jesus Christ, did they strike out.
Here comes the pitch. Strike three, and he knew it. Didn't even get the bat off his shoulder.
And sadly, this all really derailed her career, her mental health, and her public perception. And what would actually make matters much worse is that in the aftermath of this fallout, Lily would go on to do a TED Talk that was also incredibly cringe.
I can't tell you how many times I forgot to wipe that chest hair off. A lot of times.
But it was also here where we learn why Lily is so hell-bent on massaging her own ego through the guise of fame and success, and being quote-unquote groundbreaking. It actually all started from the moment she was born.
You see, because my mom had been told that if she gave birth to a daughter, it wasn't worth phoning home about. After all, she'd already given birth to my older sister, and this time everyone had high hopes that she would do right and have a son. But she didn't. She had me. And so there were no congratulations or Indian sweets sent our way. Just the reality that from the moment I came into this world, I was already a disappointment to so many people.
So from the start, she was destined to have
So you go bisexual as well? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It was doubling them chances of being not liked by the fan. But I guess I make money, so that kind of solves the problem. Right? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, you already don't like that you're being not valued for your gender, but you go down. That doesn't make much sense.
Issue with the way she viewed herself and also her self-worth. It was literally ingrained
She
in
has a
her
son?
that being born
She
a
has
woman
children?
was to be subservient to men. Obviously something that can create a massive issue with someone's self-image.
He said that I had done what no one else could have done, and I had made the family name proud. Me, Lily, the baby born a girl. I am attracted to influence and power because I always felt like that's how I had to change people's minds.
So this then defines
No, you was taught that. No. Let's be honest. The people who are telling her that is telling her to do that. Cause okay, I got you. Okay. I was about to say. So that's I don't know. That's just funny as hell. I don't know how you can go down that route.
She was as a person really for her entire life. And it's like the only way that she could get back at her family and prove them wrong is to have this massive chip on her shoulder. So it's like all of her work ethic and even eventual success was driven out of spite. rather than anything positive, and it's like she just cannot let that go.
It would be naive
Yeah,
for me to
pretty
sit here and
much.
say that a lot of my success is not because I had a desire in me to prove people wrong.
Like you had to work 10 times as hard
Yes.
as the male that they were hoping for, the boy that they were hoping for.
I had to literally
would-
become a superhero.
Because honestly, a lot of people are driven to success by wanting to like prove people wrong. But usually at some point once they've made it, they can do some self-reflection and realize, oh, well, if they didn't want me, well, fuck them. And fuck it.
There I was, Lily, the baby born a brown girl, rubbing elbows or at least time slots with comedy royalty.
Now, even with that all being said, she still crones on about the fact that her show was not...
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know what's funny about this chick. I can understand if you're Muslim or Arabic and find her stuff funny because like she's talking about relatable things that lives in that world. But outside of that, everything else she says is not funny. She's either focusing on race or white people most of the time. So I don't understand. Like it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And she has that her skits always feel like I'm watching Instagram skits, like old 2015 Instagram skits, where they use the thud sound a lot. Yeah. Well, obviously because they don't live in that world.
Basically crying that no one wanted to
What?
hear her show.
It would be weird for someone. It'll be weird for someone who's non-Arabic or non-Muslim to understand what they're saying and laugh at it. You're just not. It's just like if you're someone who's Asian, someone who's white. If you're Asian and like if you're white and you don't live in an Asian household or don't like have Asian friends and you watch this video of something about someone talking about Asian problems, you're gonna be kind of off or like I guess that's a thing, but it's not gonna be that funny because it's not relatable.
On social politics.
The silver lining is that we'll finally get a different perspective in late night. You know, a little bit of melanin, a dash of queer, a different take on things. Let's do this. But my take was almost...
She said a little dash of melanin and queer. I'm like, melanin? You mean like Dave Chappelle? Dave Chappelle had melanin in him, and he was funny as hell. Still funny to this day. Now, queer, that could go to Tosh.0. I don't know if he was actually queer, but he was always on that spectrum, given the way he was. But I think that was just for the camera. Couldn't tell, but he was funny. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what she's talking about. Like, there was not a single person who was queer or melanin who had their talk show and was funny. Wasn't funny. Yeah, I don't know if he was actually literally like queer or stuff, because he always did that thing, you know. Okay, so I guess it was just for the camera. Because he will talk in a specific way that you may think, is he gay? But I'm not sure. Probably bisexual. And Kevin Hart, yeah, but you're talking about talk shows. I don't think he had a talk show. He had a Netflix special, I think 4 of them, or 5. So 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna say it would be like Tosh.0 and Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle had a running show for like 5-6 seasons, I think 5 seasons, and they were successful and funny as hell to this day. This is what I'm saying. A lot of people I believe most of the young left and the left actually believe the world started with racism in 2015 because they pretend like for instance, when they say Marvel's first superhero movie of a black person does not, like, it doesn't make any sense. I'm like, bro, you guys just ignored Blade, Wesley Snipes, when he played Blade for like what 3-4 movies, and it was still under the Marvel moniker. It was just not Disney Marvel. So what are you talking about when you say Marvel never had their first black superhero movie? It's a black guy who's wielding a samurai sword taking down vampires, who was a vampire himself. Like, you guys are gonna forget that didn't exist? Like, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, and Disney also did that whole superhero family thing back in the early 2000s where that one black kid didn't have his powers yet. They pretty much, it's the same thing as Sky High, technically. If you know what I'm talking about, I'm showing my age here. But like, literally. Did they forget about that one Disney TV special with the superhero family who was like, there was a black family. The daughter had a superhero, has superpowers. The mother has superpowers. The father has superpowers. It's just the son didn't, and they was all superheroes. So what the Sky High was that one movie. It's pretty much My Hero Academia. Son didn't have superpowers, but his dad was the greatest hero of all time. Academia, it was the Disney version, but they had another movie before Sky High. It was black superhero family Disney movie. Oh, here it is. Up, Up, and Away. Literally this movie. No one talks about this movie. But Disney likes to play stupid games and say there was no black superhero movie. Like, these are not established actual characters. But this was an original idea that was made in Disney in the early 2000s, late 90s. And no one talks about this. It was a movie about a superhero family and the one son didn't have his powers yet. It was like this one. And this one was called Up and Away. It came out in 2000s. Sky High came out in like 2010 or like 08. But no one talks about this movie at all. So when Disney says we did the first superhero movie, I'm like, you guys are stupid. You guys are dumb. That's how brainwashed a lot of people don't put research in anything. Let me see. Black Panther, Luke Cage. Actually, Luke Cage came out before Black Panther. I think, if I remember right. So I don't know what they're talking about. Actually, Storm, X-Men. 21st Century Fox has X-Men. I know that Storm did. Luke Cage did not. Black Lightning did. Nearly every black person there had some form of electricity power somewhere down the line. That's even goes for Miles Morales. I don't know why that was always a thing for black people having like electricity powers all the time. I think it was just like a way of saying they have an electric or a very electric personality per se, quote unquote.
It's never included in topical media news coverage roundups. You know, we still got the same voices, the same perspectives, even though someone and something different was literally the next time slot. I kept trying to pull up my seat, and I kept trying to join the dinner conversation. I kept trying to ask for a more supportive seat. But every time I would be told that I should be grateful to have a seat in the first place.
While also blaming her race and her sexuality for her eventual cancellation. Almost like saying,
oh my God,
the world just wasn't ready.
Oh my God, yes, that's the reason. Yes, that is the reason. They got rid of her because of her orientation and she being brown. Oh my God. So stupid to say. Because think this to yourself. Raisins lying powers. But like, she says the reason why her show got canceled is because of her orientation and she being brown. I'm like, bro, you're lying because one, Oprah was around for a very long time. She had a show from all the way from the mid-90s. She stopped her show back in what? Like 92 all the way like what? 2011? So what are you talking about? And then there was Tyra Banks. Or that demon-looking woman, Wendy Williams, talking crazy about nearly every celebrity she can get her mitts on. What are you talking about? Or the real and those crackling chickens with Tamar and that fat woman, I forgot her name. And that Asian chick. And the chick from the Cheetah Girls, what her name? Adrienne something. So what are you talking about? What is she talking about? So stupid. This is why people don't take this crap serious. This is why people get sick of this after a while. I can see why Kyle was talking what he's talking about. People get tired of the grifting. This is a hard grift. What are you talking about? Yep, I way to describe them. I describe them the way I want. Yes, ugly hoes. I don't know why. I don't know what she's talking about. This is madness.
For these messages get from someone who looks like me.
The Justice League movie, yes.
Don't be so loud. Don't be so big. Don't be so angry. Smile more. And my all-time favorite.
I'm dead serious. If you find her attractive, I question you. Wendy Williams is a scary looking woman. You can't tell me she's pretty. You can't tell me she's pretty. Honestly. Honestly, be honest with yourself. You look at Wendy Williams and like, yeah, I want to tap that. No. I don't care if you cancel me for that. She is a horrible looking woman.
On the South Asian stuff. Now, unfortunately.
I'll show you. You never said no, hell no. Let me see. Williams. Let me see here. This is Wendy Williams. The how you doing lady. If you've probably seen her many times. She needs strapping attack. I'm sorry, bros. Like that drugs. She used to do drugs. No, that's how she looks. This is a bad thing. Oh my god, lady. Hold up. Let's see. I'm dead serious. This woman she had a lot of surgeries. She had a lot of surgeries. She had I think she had no surgery, breast surgeries. I'll be scared too. Hold on, and let me see. Just to make sure. Body shape. And no, that's how she looks. And this is how she looks in bikini. She is built like a board. I didn't know she had tattoos. I did not know she had tattoos. Let's see here. Wow. That's her body, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on, that's crazy. Yeah, that's how she looks, and she has and she has the nerve to talk crazy about people. Yeah, she has a One Piece like build. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm dead serious. It's insane. It's insane. This lady is built different.
The budget wasn't based on the importance or significance or historic nature of the show. It was based on the one.
I remember she was giving advice to a lady, and this is where I really stopped liking. I didn't even really like Wendy Williams, but my mom used to watch her back in the day. And the day she's horrible, Larry the Lobster. In a second, hold on. So when I knew she was horrible is when I think she was giving advice to women on the set. And then women would put their hands up and ask questions. There was one particular woman who was asking a question to Wendy. So she asked Wendy that she wants to get pregnant by her husband. But she said her husband don't want to have children right now because he has not gotten the promotion he wants. She just said she just has to be a little patient. And once he gets a promotion, then they'll start doing having children. Right? Wendy Williams told this woman, this is how horrible she didn't like her husband. This is how she lost. I knew she had no respect for her husband. Even going on the show asking this insane question. She couldn't ask her own parents this question, but anyway. She asked Wendy, what should I do if my husband doesn't want to have children, but I want children right now? She told her that she needs to take a needle and poke poke the condom and make a hole in them So if they get, so the likelihood she will get pregnant. It was the weirdest thing, and she said, and she signed off on that. She gave that advice to that lady, and she said, go do that. And the lady was happy, and all the women in there cackling, laughing, and clapping their hands. Imagine it was flipped around, and a dude did that. Imagine a dude told another dude he wants to have children, but she's not really have children. Right? That's what they did. And imagine a dude telling a dude that. Off rip, he would have been canceled. Off rip. That was the day I know this woman was horrible. Like, if a dude said that same exact thing, poke the hole in the condom so when your girlfriend gets pregnant, you can have her. Or you can have children with her. I was like, bro, why would you do that? That is evil. She's not ready to have kids for whatever her reason is. Do not force that upon her. What is wrong with you? And it's not like the dude was against having children. He said, let me get my promotion. Like, he said, let me get my promotion first before we have children. Because he's so close to getting his promotion. Just wait till he gets promotion. He didn't say no. He just says, not ready yet. Let me get the promotion so I have enough money so we can have children. Somehow that was translating to her as like not having children right now. That was stupid. That was horrible advice. And Wendy Williams, with millions of followers, said that was okay to do. And the women in there didn't think, that sounds a little weird. That's not right. That sounds evil. That sounds wrong. Nope, they all clapped and thought it was cute and funny. That was the day she became a demon in my eyes.
30 a.m. time slot that we had. So a true investment is one that values potential over proof. Because so often that proof doesn't exist for women. Not because we aren't qualified, but because we haven't been given the opportunity. In other words, if you're trying to be inclusive, don't give someone new a seat made of straw until they prove they deserve a better one.
When in reality, the messenger had truly not earned her place at the table, as she likes to say. Just watching the show, it was beyond obvious that Lily skipped a bunch of steps and was more or less thrown to the front of this line. Because pretty much almost every late-night host has spent years grinding stand-up, maybe in some writing rooms, or doing some sort of other hosting, you know, like live performance type of jobs. And while
yes, that was crazy to me.
In the past, Lily
like,
was
how
still
horrible. And she has a son,
job,
too. That was
when
crazy.
She tried to step out of the YouTube bubble, it was beyond obvious that she was not prepared. And when you combine that with her massive ego and improperly placed chip on her shoulder, it was really destined for failure. I mean, even when she won some sort of award that I'm guessing was bought and paid for, I think it was like Female Comedian of the Year, she was so incredibly cringe and not humble at all in her acceptance. She was actually very spiteful.
Thank God! Because this has been exhausting. Honestly, a lot of you recognize me from that show that your publicist told you not to do, because then you couldn't get on one of the Jimmys. It's fine, honestly, or whatever. I honestly don't care. I'm not even her. I don't even care. It's whatever. I'll give Kyle, my manager, they're all here. Someone applaud them. You don't know them. They're strangers, but do it anyways.
Why?
Oh, like I want to say things like, I don't deserve to be here. Like, I don't deserve to be in this room because women always have to downplay our accomplishments. Not today.
And I feel like for the last couple of years, Lily has definitely been laying kinda low. Like, I really think the failure of her late night show did a lot of damage to her ego and her self-esteem. And I think she really felt like at that point everyone had kind of turned on her.
I don't know.
I guess in my delusional brain, I was like, they're like my family and they got my back. And then when I did late night, to see that so many creators on YouTube like tore me apart the first chance they got, it was this irrational sense of betrayal.
But now she has released this independent film. It's like her brainchild of around 7 years under her production company called Unicorn Island Productions.
We friggin' made a movie, y'all! We friggin' made a movie!
And I'm gonna let you guys take a guess about who's the star of this show.
Hello everyone, I'm Miss Singh, and I'll be teaching sex ed. The only person who should be entering you is Jesus. I can't teach this class.
They do have scary faces.
But wait, guys, let's give it a chance. Maybe this piece of content is about something other than identity politics.
For everyone, you made a sex comedy featuring someone that looks like you. Like, it's not going to be for everyone. I even know it's not perfect. So one of the things that filmmakers that are like minority groups struggle with a lot is that most critics, not all, are white men.
I think you're referring to this thing. I don't know how people actually fell for this meme. That was kind of stupid. Oops. I don't know how people fell for this. This was so stupid. Like, it looked like just a mask. It's like a regular mask. Like any other mask. Yeah.
And so when you have a movie like this where like there's barely any white men in the movie, it's a thing that we discuss that's like it's a little tough.
Yeah, well this is gonna suck.
I've been dating this DJ and she has been remixing my pussy like, experiment with your sexuality, girl. Are you my mommy?
I noticed something about these type of writing with these women. They always write about them can't get nobody. I noticed this. It's kind of weird.
Here's my little baby wiener. She's in my diaper.
The movie is called Doing It, where Lily stars as a 40-year-old virgin who has been assigned to teach sexual education.
You're still a virgin? Shut up, Maya, that's weird.
No, I won't lie.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Any woman who says she's a virgin at 40 did it on purpose. Like, I can understand a man being a virgin at 40, but I can honestly can't understand how a woman is a virgin at 40. That sounds like it was a literal choice at that point. I'm dead serious. There's no way. Right? You know, have a good night. I appreciate it. Yeah. You know, also, why I noticed that most of the show she said she's always doing like a hetero type relationship. She's never doing the opposite gender. If she says she's bisexual.
So you guys, I have not watched this movie yet, but y'all let me know down in the comments if you do want me.
Actually, I think it looks really bad if you're bisexual and you're still by yourself. That's crazy.
To do a separate review of it.
Thank
because
you.
honestly, it does seem pretty raunchy. Like, there was even some scenes from the trailer I could not include in this. Now, the last thing I really wanted to touch on here is that Lily,
Puppy.
or perhaps her publicist,
Puppy
has,
time.
from my perspective, been buying views and comments on not only her videos, but also anywhere she has gone recently to do an interview. I mean, just look at this string of comments from her most recent
She
video
always does
where
hetero
she goes to her movie
relationships
premiere
in movies,
and compares
but she
to this
never does
interview
bi.
she did, or even this interview
weird.
she did, or that interview she did, or this piece of content she did, and the comments
Right?
are all bots. And not
That's a
just
skill
normal
issue
stuff
on that,
like those
from that point.
nasty things trying to lure you to nasty websites. They all just say completely irrelevant stuff, but it's always the same. Oh, this is a masterpiece, or this news is really well written, or there's a great piece of journalism.
This,
And that is-
they're all, yeah, that's bots.
that's why it is sites
Yeah,
that
you
she
see
did,
that?
Or that interview she did, or this piece of content she did. And the comments are all bots, and not just normal stuff like those nasty things trying to lure you to nasty websites. They all just say completely irrelevant stuff, but it's always the same. Oh, this is a masterpiece, or this news is really well written, or there's a great piece of journalism. And
Not
that is
really.
why it is my belief that she or her team.
Not really, because most women will tell you, even average-looking women say they get hit on by some dude. Now, this may not be the person of their dreams or a person of their per se preference, but to actually say that you're a virgin, that sounds like is a choice most cases for women. Because there's a lot of women who are like literally like 5s, 4s, and 3s believes they deserve 7s, 8s, and 10s. Like and they say they get hit on by all types of dudes, not just one particular type of dude. I don't know where a girl can be a virgin at 40. That's kind of crazy to me. There's dudes who are creepy enough. As soon as you like, there's like, well, for instance, you can. There are some girls who will be talking in the voice chat alone, and dudes will hit on them. There'll be a girl who's playing on VR chat, say anything that's nothing, and a dude will find them attractive, even if they don't even know what they look like. So that's the thing I don't understand. Especially in the West. That doesn't make any sense. No, that sounds like a choice.
Team are botting these comments to try and make her seem more relevant than she is in 2025, which
In
is
the West?
honestly
No, I don't
perfectly in
believe
line
that.
with her career, where she seems to think she is much more important and groundbreaking than she
That's
really
hard
is.
to believe.
I could break a system, break a mold, do something different, and blow the door wide open.
I mean, she's gone on some podcasts with some pretty major production value, and these videos are months old, sitting at like 200 or 300 views. But yes, this was all
What is-
kind of just a dive into the pool of Lily Singh and why her career kind of failed and stalled out. I mean, don't get me wrong, for some time she was very successful. She did help pioneer and lay the ground of what YouTube would eventually become, and is at least part of the reason why some people have moved on and done decently well in the more mainstream space. But I do really think it's all a great lesson that sometimes what you think could be your greatest opportunity can actually totally derail your career and your life. So you really do have to be careful with what you say yes to, and I really think that you should never go all in on something just for the sake of making history, when in reality it really just all aided in a historical downfall. But either way, I want to know what you guys think about the career of Lily.
You don't have to be a horror slut to
Were you a
do.
fan
I'm talking
of her
about
when you
in
were
general.
a kid? Are you now like 30 years old with a family? Either way, I do want to thank you guys for watching today's video, dropping a like and subscribing. But as you guys know, it's been your boy the Tan Superman, covering that Tan Superwoman and some other fallen off
Tan
YouTubers out
Superwoman.
that need to be covered. So I'm out. Peace.
Oh god. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go. It's 10:09. I was supposed to get off 2 hours ago. So I'm gonna let you guys go. Have a great night. Thank you guys coming in. I'm gonna finish this off. We're gonna pretty much be done with this very soon. On stuff. So if you guys need anything, let me know. Have a great night. Thank you, Bri and Mikey, for watching over the stream. And all that stuff. Thanks for the life. No problem. No problem. So we'll finish this off tomorrow. Let me see. Okay, Rudo's done. We have to do Remlin. No problem. And we'll get this done tomorrow. Alright, there you guys. Be safe, guys. It's so orange. Alright, laters.